Hey, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. Somebody had sent me a video of Jabari debating Gorilla Hebrew, a sister, and Yara, and I wanted to check it out just to see how it played out and everything. And it's not on my channel, so you guys not gonna see the video. You're just gonna hear their voices. But I'm gonna play it for a little bit, and then once I play it for a little bit, then I'm gonna do a little bit of commentary and interrupt it. But it's funny. It's very funny. All right, check it out. My Uber calling me. All right, I hear you. All right, let's play a little bit of this right here. All right, here we go.
And he was not answering the question. He started saying, I took you in the debate and talked to you about sources. That's not what I
answer, though.
Wait a minute.
That's my answer, though.
A minute now.
But you can't make me answer the way you want me to answer.
Do it.
All right, I need both of y'all to stop for a minute, man. Come on, this was a good debate. Let's not mess it up. The deal is, Yara, once he say he's ready to move on, you got to move on, whether you like it or not.
It's gonna be the move on. Then he got to say that. Then he got to say that.
All right, y'all got 10 minutes because we're gonna come back again with Jabari with another 10. You got 10 minutes, Israelites, to question and examine Jabari. Time will start when y'all first question is finished.
Yeah, so I have a question. Jabari, is there any way to prove that any Jew existed in Judea in the first 3 decades of the first century?
Time
in
stop.
The first 3 decades of the first century?
Yeah, like the time period in which they believe the life and times of Jesus were, his birth, his ministry.
I mean, we have birth records. We have literal birth records because the Jews that existed during that period were part of the Roman Empire. There are birth records, there are travel records, there are family lineages that are state records, not things that were generated hundreds of years later. So yeah, okay. Wait a minute. There are ways to do that.
No, I can stop you when I want. Can you give me a primary source on the birth records?
I just gave you a period.
Can you give me a primary source on the birth records, the travel records, etc., the records that you assert exist? Can you give me the primary on it? And then also elaborate on how exhaustive those records are.
If you are asking me to pull a primary source, I'm not going to be able to do that off the top of my head. Because
so you don't have a primary source for this.
Definition,
so you can't hold on. So you can't prove it for the record. Primaries now is your whole argumentation. So you can't prove what you just asserted. That's what you're saying?
That's not what I said. No, that's not what I'm saying.
You don't have the primaries.
That's not what I'm saying.
You don't have them.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, you can't pull a primary.
I will. If you like me to pull a record, I will.
You can't pull a primary. So can you speak to the exhaustive nature of the primaries?
Can I speak to the exhaustive nature of the primary?
Yes. How exhaustive are these? How exhaustive are these records? Do they have every single birth record of every single Jewish child that was born during the time period?
Absolutely.
By the way, Gorilla Hebrew, I gotta say this. That was an excellent question. And for those who don't know what a decade is 10 years. So 10 years, Jesus supposedly died 30 AD, 33, 36. So you're talking about 40, 50, 60 AD. Do we have records? And actually, in studying for my debate with my brother Triller from Clubhouse, I did find some records that the Israelites kept themselves. Now, I don't think Jabari knows about these records. He ain't on the Christian or first century history like that. But I will say, Gorilla, you called his bluff. You definitely called his bluff right here. Let's go back a little bit and listen some more.
The life and times of Jesus were, his birth, his ministry.
I mean, we have birth records. We have literal birth records because the Jews that existed during that period were part of the Roman Empire. There are birth records, there are travel records, there are family lineages that are state records, not things that were generated hundreds of years later. So yeah, wait a minute. There are ways to do
No,
that.
no. I can stop you when I want. Can you give me a primary source
That's
on
a
the birth
period.
records?
I just gave you a period.
Can you give me a primary source on the birth records, the travel records, etc., the records that you assert exist? Can you give me the primary on it, and then also elaborate on how exhaustive those records are?
If you are asking me to pull a primary source, I'm not going to be able to do that off the top of my head because
So you don't have a primary source for
by
this.
definition,
So you can't hold on. So you can't prove it for the record. Primaries now is your whole argumentation. So you can't prove what you just asserted. That's what you're saying.
That's not what I said. No, that's not what I'm saying.
You don't have the primaries.
That's not what I'm saying.
You don't have them.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, you
If
just
you like
can't pull a primary.
I will. If you like me to pull a record, I
can't pull
will.
a primary. So can you speak to the exhaustive nature of the primaries?
Can I speak to the exhaustive nature of the primary?
Yes. How exhaustive are these? How exhaustive are these records? Do they have every single birth record of every single Jewish child that was born during the time period? Or
absolutely not.
Okay.
But I believe that they should have records of someone who did amazing things, like had thousands upon thousands of people.
Oh no, Jabari, but I didn't ask you. Do we have records of anybody doing anything of any note during those first 3 decades?
Yes.
What's the primary? What's the primary?
If you want me to pull the primary birth records, I'm not going to be able to do that while I'm talking. That's just not. No one can do that. No historian can do that. I'll have to pull the record.
Pull it. The primary.
No start on the interrogation. Y'all just talking.
I'm gonna pull. I can.
The primary. I just need to know what the primary is. Since they exist, you're telling me they exist. What are they?
I just told you. You're unfamiliar with them because you're not very astute. But in actuality, there are records.
Just tell me what their name is. Since you're so astute, just name the document.
Roman birth records. That's what they are called.
Roman birth records. Okay, so if I look up Roman birth records, if I look up Roman birth records right now, I'm going to find all the Jews that were born in the first 3 decades.
I did not say you'd find all the Jews.
How many of them? How many of them?
Brother.
What percentage of Jews can I find out were born in the first 3 decades?
I have never counted the percentage ever.
Oh.
So if you'd like me to do that,
So what you're telling me?
I can do it. You can come back and get a second whooping. You seem to like to get whooped. I can do it again.
Okay.
You haven't. Let's just be clear here. You just said Roman birth records, right?
Yeah.
So if I just Google that up, Roman birth records, I'm going to find a record of a series of births in Judea.
Do you think that Google is the way you find a primary source? Is that what you think? You are not a historian. That is not how you would find
Jabari. You
want me to tell you how you can find it?
Jabari. Google. Let's talk about what Google is. It's only the most exhaustive search engine on the face of the planet Earth.
Incorrect.
So if I type something in Google, other resources will pop up, like I don't know, JSTOR and things of that nature that I can actually get a hold of academic. Let's not act like that's not a real thing here. Nice try.
You have to.
You're done talking, Jabari. You're done. Jabari, you're done. Jabari, you're done. Jabari, you're done. Go ahead.
Nepal, you want to go? Elder Yara, you want to go?
Okay, and I'll just go after Elder Yara.
Yeah, absolutely. Jabari, are you familiar with Michael Jordan?
Of course.
Jabari, of course. Would you say that there is a such thing as a historical Michael Jordan and a mythical Michael Jordan?
No, I would not say there's a mythical Michael Jordan.
Okay, great. Okay, great. So if we read Time Magazine or Sports Illustrated issue, is it possible we can find authors that say Michael Jordan could actually fly?
I don't think if you search for the sources you just said, you'll see that Michael Jordan can fly. No.
Could we find quotations of people who were contemporary with Michael Jordan that actually called him God?
That called him God?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. I don't think you'll find that.
Actually, we have Larry Bird that says Michael Jordan himself is God.
Okay.
So moving on from that, can we also find Michael Jordan being mythologized?
I don't believe that you will find Michael Jordan mythologized in a verifiable source. We're talking about verifiable sources. We're not talking about comedy or satire. We're talking about verifiable sources.
So when he's called Air Jordan, what is that referring to?
A moniker is not mythologizing someone.
When they called him Air Jordan, what are they referring to?
Actually referring to the sneaker brand that he created that is for him. It's a sneaker brand. Actually,
they are not referring to a sneaker brand. Actually, they're referring to his ability to hang in the air longer than most human beings, and that's an actual scientific fact. So
that's a scientific fact he can hang.
Absolutely, he's been recorded. Yes, scientific. Absolutely, he's been recorded.
Scientific fact.
Yes, absolutely. They have recorded Michael Jordan scientifically being able to hang time in the air
than any other human being.
Most human beings, yes.
Oh, wait, is it any or most? Which one is it?
It doesn't matter, more than you and I.
Well, I don't play the game.
So exactly, we don't play the game, right?
I don't play the game.
So let's move on. So, and this will be my last question, and I'll end here. Is Muhammad Ali an actual person?
I would say yes, he is.
Based on Muhammad Ali's words, if I drew a picture with him with butterfly wings and a stinger like a bee, would that be an incorrect interpretation of how he described himself?
Yes, it would, because he said he floats like a butterfly and stings like a bee. He didn't say he was a butterfly.
I said, would they be correct interpretation of his words?
No, it wouldn't.
It wouldn't be a visual interpretation of his words?
No, you said no, it wouldn't. You know what a simile is, right?
Yeah, I know exactly. Please explain to us what a simile is. I'm glad you said that. What is a simile?
A simile is a metaphor, and anyone who reads a simile, they say that someone is like something. They don't say they are something. So when you say that something is a simile, you're actually using metaphor to describe something.
Right. So if someone drew a painting based on the words of how he described himself with butterfly wings and a stinger like a bee, would that be an incorrect interpretation of Muhammad Ali?
It would, because he says he stings like a butterfly and floats like a bee. He didn't say he was a butterfly.
Does a butterfly have wings?
He said like. Do you know what the word like means? Like.
Absolutely. So when we read about things in the scripture, in the Bible about Christ, right? Do we have things that you would equate to be a simile or metaphorically like Asar or Osiris, as you said?
I actually think that in the Bible, there's a lot of allegory and simile. The problem that I find is that believers don't look at it that way. They look at it very literally.
Great. I appreciate your answer. But does that equate to a non-historical figure named Jesus? Simply because you argue that there are similes or metaphors.
Similes. But you're not going to see in the language, as far as I know, I'm not an expert on. Would that dismiss Christ as being a historical figure? What would dismiss Christ?
The similes that you say that possibly occur or people may have taken from ancient Kemet, how does that dismiss him as a historical figure?
From ancient Kemet?
Yes, you said that he's like Asar. That's what you said.
What? I don't understand.
Argument. You equated Jesus. Hold on. You equated Jesus to Asar. You equated him to the great Scarabaeus, which you equated to Asar, right? Those are similes, right? Those are similes.
Those aren't similes, no.
What are they?
The writing doesn't say Jesus is like the Scarabaeus. They say Jesus is the Scarabaeus.
Was Jesus an actual scarab?
No.
Was Asar an actual scarab?
Yes.
He was an actual beetle?
Yes. In the story he was, yes.
So he was an actual beetle. So now you're saying that in the story that you tried to equate Jesus to, that you're equating actually a beetle to a real historical character.
No, I'm not saying Asar is a historical character.
No. I'm talking about the beetle.
I'm also saying, maybe you're misunderstanding. I'm also saying that Jesus is not a historical character. Neither of them are.
So neither of them are, right? So if you're saying neither of them are, and I'll just end that.
I wanted to come in and ask.
All right, Nepal, let's go.
That's 10 minutes, brother.
Yeah, but I didn't get a chance to ask you any questions, though. I mean,
Jabari, you're going to get a straight 10. They just getting 5 apiece.
Okay.
Nepal, let's go.
okay, so I have 3 questions. First, I want to ask you, did you notice that list of 11 that even though I get it that you said you don't accept them, that are accepted by mainstream historians, the 11 sources that are reasonable, valid sources that point to the historicity of Christ? Do you remember the list that I showed? I know you saw Tacitus, Suetonius, but you saw the list. I just want you to recall the list before I ask you the question.
I didn't see them all. I don't. Let me say this. I saw them all. I don't remember them all. But yes, I did see your list. I don't agree that they are verifiable sources for the historicity of Jesus.
Right. I know you said you didn't agree, but that is a list from mainstream, especially Bart Ehrman. So the reason I'm prefacing that, I wanted to ask you, and I have 2 other questions. So, but really quickly, could you tell me how many sources that are that validate the actual historicity of Akhenaten? How many sources are there? Just off the top, it doesn't have to be accurate, but is it?
I'm sorry. Are you done?
No, yeah. I mean, just give me some specifics, though.
I would say we probably have easily 10,000 records that we would say are verified sources to for the historicity of Akhenaten.
Specific, what do you mean when you say 10,000?
We have descriptions. We have the date of his birth, right? We have the description of his parents attempting to conceive him. We have a description of his interaction with both his father and his mother. I
don't want to be rude. I just want to jump in because you said we could stop you. No, yeah, I'm talking about sources outside of not. See, I'm not asking you if we have the date of his birth and the names of his parents. Like you hold us to say, oh, we need these sources, accounts, attestations of people who at least knew somebody who knew him. Right. And said, listen, I knew him. He was this way. How many sources do we have of Akhenaten's existence?
There are literally thousands of them. And let me also say, I'm not saying we just have the date of the birth. I'm saying we have a commemoration of the date of his birth.
Can you tell us the name of the actual name the person?
Here's what name the what person?
Oh, because I thought we were using people in history to validate the actual character, the historicity of the person.
No.
Oh, not now. See, this is the point. No. Okay, I'm gonna move on. I made my point with that. You don't have it.
No, that's not what I said.
There are no people. Remember, we can stop you. I want to move on to my next question.
Sure.
There aren't any. There aren't thousands of people. There aren't thousands. Go ahead. Just give me one name of a person who actually said, I was there with Akhenaten. We did this and that. I'd like to know. That's how you're holding us. You're holding us to that.
Okay. How about the letter from Supililuma that went to Akhenaten that actually said that he was, in fact, not Supililuma, the Prince of Tyre, who was actually in a location that we might call modern day Israel, who actually says, Akhenaten, I am the sand beneath your sandals. He sends him a letter that is responded to. Akhenaten responds to his letter.
He did respond. Okay.
That's primary correspondence.
That information. So one source. Got it. We have.
No, there are thousands. There are thousands.
No, you have to. You can't just say. I can say there's thousands for Jesus. You have to source.
Would you like me to share? Would you like me to share?
I need to move on to my next question.
No sharing. Nobody. No sharing.
The point is, there's not.
There are no letters.
There are no thousands. Yeah. Okay. I thought you would start with the Amarna letters.
No, what I told you is part of the Amarna letters. That's part of the Amarna letters. Okay,
great. So we have one source.
No, it's not one source. It's thousands of letters.
Jabari, you do realize that
Now, I don't think her questioning is very childish because Jabari have a childish standard. Now, I wouldn't argue about Akhenaten. I wouldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? But I see what her point is because his standards are so low and so silly. Who talked about Akhenaten? You know, it's kind of it's really a silly conversation. Yes, it's a stupid question. But the reason why she's stooping to that level, that lowness, is because of the standard that Jabari had from before. You understand? But I wouldn't use Akhenaten as an example of what she says. All right, but let's move on.
We showed over 12 sources that are accepted by mainstream scholarship, not this chat that is church hurt and loves Kemet so much that they don't even care about actual scholarship. We showed Bart Ehrman's work. I showed Habermas. We showed information. So I'm going to move on from that. I'm going to ask you another question.
Go ahead, ask me a question.
Would you agree that the majority of the people in the first century, or even during the time, let's say during the time of before Jesus's birth, the majority of them were illiterate, and they didn't. The majority of the regular guy, the Joe Schmo, not scribes and emperors, just a regular person. Would you say that they were primarily illiterate in that part of in the Levant, in that area?
Sure, I would say that.
Okay, so we wouldn't have a bunch of writings from them then, you agree?
From most people, you won't have writings in that period. That doesn't mean you don't have writings about them, but you won't have writings from them.
Especially if it's just a person who's considered just a guy who's a rebel, an outcast, a peasant. He probably wouldn't have.
He's the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords.
No, I'm being serious about his life. We're talking about the history. No, Jabari. The story of Jesus is that he is not rich. He's not famous. He doesn't have the scripture actually says he has nowhere to lay his head. That's the scripture. So he wasn't a king of kings in that sense, where he could have people following him around.
Are you saying the Bible is wrong?
No, I'm not. I'm saying the narrative.
Lord of Lords. Are you saying the Bible is wrong?
Was Jesus an emperor or a ruler, or was he a wealthy man in the scriptures?
I'm asking you, are you saying the Bible is wrong?
And now because I'm going to answer that.
Because I was
Jabari,
Jabari doesn't answer questions now.
You questions, Jabari.
Jabari, in the scripture,
what I'm saying is, if I am to agree with your source, then Jesus is the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And
or you could, instead of being facetious, you could just answer this simple question, because I know you know. What is Jesus in the scripture? A rich emperor, a famous man, wealthy, with scribes, or is he an outlaw basically who is being hunted down, nowhere to go, a fugitive? Which one? You just pick one of the two.
It kind of depends. He's not always an outlaw.
Okay, when I say outlaw, I mean against the Romans.
But there are some times, I don't think he was against the Romans. Jesus did.
I'm talking about in the Bible, not your opinion.
No, I'm talking about in the Bible. I'm not just giving my opinion.
Okay, in the Bible, does Jesus often get hunted down and he has to dip out and leave and go places and hide?
Often? No, not often.
Okay, let me ask you the last question that I want to ask you. Can you tell us about the story? Because you brought up you brought up Sherlock Holmes. You made a comparison. You said Sherlock Holmes and fictitious. Do you know that the story of Shakespeare and Julius Caesar? And if you do, can you tell us, is Julius Caesar, was he a real historical figure? And was he assassinated?
Julius Caesar, I believe, was a historical figure and it was assassinated. But to be very frank, I have a master.
No, Jabari, please. In Shakespeare, is that the same thing that happens?
What? Huh? I'm not sure
in Julius Caesar, Shakespeare, the piece of the play.
Okay.
Does Julius Caesar get assassinated by 60 senators?
I haven't read Shakespeare's Julius Caesar in many years.
Okay, you're not familiar with Shakespeare. I'm sorry. Okay,
I haven't read that in many years. I don't know.
All right, Brother Jabari, this is your last and final interrogation. Let's go. You got 10 minutes to hit all three. Let's go.
We got another interrogation.
Do another one? No, he don't get no do-over.
Right. So y'all don't want to do another one? We can move forward.
I didn't know we were doing another one.
Yeah, I'm just saying I didn't know he was doing.
I think it's fair for you to open up. I mean, this is.
Yeah, let the people on, man. Whatever.
Okay.
So
all right, let's go. Let's bring the people in.
Yeah.
We do a closing at least.
Say that again.
Like just a closeout.
Yeah. Y'all want to do the closeout after the people?
No, let's do the closeout. Then
we're not going to do a closeout for all three people and then me.
No, it's only one. Only one.
No.
I mean,
Yeah.
Let me do the
closeout.
And I relate
do the closeout
to Priest. So
Well,
close up.
Okay, so Jabari.
Got my right hand right here. Garfield have muscle. Is that real? Ha ha! Once you lie about the character, it becomes fake. Garfield have muscle. Is that real? So what does that mean? Does that mean I'm fake because somebody lied that I have muscles? I do have muscles, by the way. It depends on where you're talking about. Shout out to Tamika, man. Shout out to Tamika, man. What's up? Let me respond to my brother right here real quickly. If you notice, my brother, is Hebrew Israelism a lie? Is what we're taught here in America about Hebrew Israelites, is it a lie? Why don't you watch, then make a comment? You said, oh, you against keeping them 10 commandments. You see, what does 10 commandments? You see, they're so programmed in a cult. Why would Garfield say it's a lie? You don't even know. We didn't even talk about it yet, bruh. Relax. All right? I'm not the one in the cult. Relax, beloved. Relax. Let's calm down. The story is fake. Okay. The story is fake, but that don't mean the person is not real. All right. Let me I actually agree. I see her point. You see that? I can be corrected. All right. Let's
Jabari, close us out.
I'm not going to start with the closeout. I'm going to end with the closeout because I started with the rounds.
That's true. Yeah. All right, Elazar, Gorilla Hebrew, let's close this thing out. You got 5 minutes. Close out.
All right, all praise Yahweh Shem Yahushua. Just wow. Good. Sai, you got Jabari big on the screen. Okay, there we go. All praise Yahweh Shem Yahushua again. Just, great time. So all praise, big up to Elder Sinetta, my teammates, and of course my brother Jabari as well. A lot of fun trying this team thing out. They called me at the last minute. I came through. We did, man. So I asked Jabari one question in a follow-up question, and it was very telling. He's asking us to provide sources that simply do not exist for the time period in the region. They just don't. So it's the level of goalpost moving that has to exist. If we're talking about that area and the people they're in, we have to use the best sources we got. And anyone can look into what these sources are. Number one is always going to be Josephus. Number two is always going to be the New Testament. And as far as totally non-Jewish sources, quote unquote Jewish or Israelite sources, it's always going to be Tacitus and Suetonius. The very people he's telling us that are not qualified, that we cannot utilize, are the very people that are the most reliable, the only major reliable sources at all for the place and time period in question. So to tell us that we can't use those or those are inadequate is just to tell us that nothing happened, that Judea ceased from existence for the first half of a century. And that doesn't make any sense. Now, the brother told me if I could look at Roman birth records, and that would tell me about, those records. He said that, which was crazy. So, let me say this here. Records of individual births from the first century in Judea are exceedingly rare. Unlike modern administrative practices, we get a birth certificate. Ancient Judean records did not typically include comprehensive, which I asked them, how comprehensive are they? How exhaustive are they? Ancient Judean records did not typically include comprehensive or systemic documentation of personal events like births. However, a few sources provide indirect information about births and genealogies. Here's what's interesting. The number one genealogical record source is the Herodian dynasty. Now watch this. There are genealogical records concerning the Herodian family, including Herod the Great and his descendants. The genealogies of the Herodian family are documented in historical texts, like those of Josephus. So that is the source. That's the only source that we can go to about this region at this time. That's it. There's nothing else to point to. So you can't invalidate it because, of course, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence, right? Moving on. I also asked about Rome because he said Rome. Just look up the Roman birth records. In ancient Rome, record-keeping practices varied and documented of personal events like births was not as systemic or comprehensive as modern records. However, there were some methods and practices for recording births, especially among elite and for administrative purposes. So the elites had some birth records, but it's impractical to act as if there was any real recordation of people's births. In the Roman Empire in general, historically, there was a time period where people would go to the Temple of Saturn and do that. But for the most part, especially in Judea, that it just wasn't happening, and most birth records were indirect. Simple, kind of like the modern day census. If we go look at the 1800s, right? For those of us who have done genealogical research on our families or on other people's families, they weren't just cutting birth certificates. What was happening was you would check the census 10 years later and you'd see there's new kids that popped up in their ages. And that's how you would know, well, people were born, right? Or in countries like in the Caribbean, a lot of our birth records were just based off actual church baptismal records. So the whole concept that individual births were systemically or exhaustively documented is very modern and very Western. So to sit here and when I'm questioning you on can we prove anybody existed, for that to be your response was overwhelmingly weak and laughable. The facts are we're using the best. That's why I said it's not a primary source by definition, but it is the primary source, which you attempted to miscategorize, Brother Jabari. What I meant was it's not technically a primary source, but it is the main, or as we also said, the best source that we can go to for information on the region in the time period. Admittedly, what you said and conceded to my sister Napasha Da was what? That the majority of the people were illiterate in here. So the writings, these writings that you are asking us to have cannot exist not only about Jesus, but anybody who was walking around Judea at that time. So the best we can have is Josephus and the New Testament writings, Tacitus as well. This is the best we've got. So we're making the deduction based on the evidence that is available, like anybody. Simple. All praise Yahweh Bashem Yahushua.
Right, Brother Jabari, are you?
All right. I gotta say this. Mika asks a question: where's his sons or grandsons? Jesus didn't have any children, so I don't know what family or relatives or whatever. Lord Abba, listen, bro. I don't even want to have a conversation with you about anything. Look at what we're talking about. He said when we want to debate. All right, you know what? I'll debate you. All right, that's besides the point. That Indian woman, so she's not her father or his lineage, who is connected to, don't count. She being black or whatever, it doesn't matter. You're still not gonna stop her. She's gonna be president, and what you gonna do? You're gonna have a fit? Get out of here, man. Instead of trying to work on getting lobbyists, you serve no purpose in Black American lives. You have no lobbying power. All you have is a microphone, and I know what to do. Lord Abba, you are insignificant to the American political system. You could harass people online all you want. You have no power. No power whatsoever. All right? And debating you is actually, look, she's not going to be president. Why? Because you don't want her to be president? Anyway, and whether she's president or not, it doesn't matter to me anyway. Frankly, I don't care if Trump or she wins. It don't do nothing for me. All right, I'm still going to live. Still going to pay my bills. Still going to make my money. Because both of them not going to be better for you as far as reparations. Maybe she will be more receptive than Trump. All right. But anyway, back to the show. Y'all clowns, so still talking about Jesus. Oh, so now we're clowns, but you want to debate a clown. How do you look now? You want to debate a clown. All right. Let me get back to this debate right here, right? Now, he is right about the birth records. There is no birth records that you could find, but there are records that the Jews actually kept themselves. They have some records that nobody else has, that they still have up to this day, of people who were born or whatever. They have. I'm not gonna put it out there right now, but I went back to my notes because I was supposed to debate my brother Trill on this, and I'm looking. There was something to confirm the eclipse. They have so much records that they themselves have records. But remember, Josephus is a historian and he's getting records from other people, so he's not a primary source. I think the fact that Jesus had a brother, a bloodline brother that's written about in Paul, I think that's definitive of what we have. If anybody would write about Jesus or tell a story about him, it would be in the Gospels. Now, we're saying we can't use the Bible to confirm the person. But anybody who's writing about you, they're writing about you for a reason. Whether they want to write about Julius Caesar, Augustus Caesar, anybody, they're writing because they are familiar with the person, or they look at the person as a Messiah or whatever, a Christ or whatever. So the Gospels and even the Gnostic writings, they write about him. So they're writing about this guy as being a human. I don't have a problem with him being human. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, why? I don't see why. Are you saying they fabricated the whole entire guy and he comes from whatever? I mean, I'm trying to figure out what is really the arguments, because I have so much records here of people discussing this man and his life. It might not be during his lifetime, because remember, this guy is a peasant. He was a nobody. People have said, hey, this guy is like Jesus ben Ananias. Jesus ben Ananias, what is that? I'm just trying to figure out what is the big deal of this guy existing. I think it's just our hatred for Christianity. I just don't see the big deal. If he exists or not, it doesn't matter to us. And Mika, so what if Paul lies? Paul is a witness in Galatians 1:19. He's talking about his experience. His experience was he met with the disciples, and James was one of them, who was Jesus' his brother, because he was differentiating. He talks about different James in his writings, so he has to differentiate which James he's talking about, the brother of the Lord, which is Jesus the Christ, who they consider the Christ. It's just like people talking about Dr. York today. They talk about Dr. York like he's the Messiah. We know Dr. York ain't no damn Messiah, but they're using biblical scriptures and those definitions and Old Testament to redefine who Dr. York is. It's the same thing. It's just that we're in a modern day time period. That's all it is. I'm trying to find this something I'm trying to find to share with you guys. Oh, it's called the Megillat Ta'anit. It written just after the destruction of the temple in 70. It reports that Herod died on 7th Kislev, because in these days fasting was not allowed, without explaining why. Very likely because the reason was well known to contemporary readers. Only across the 7th and 8th century, some rabbinic commentators clarified that fasting was prohibited because that day was a festive day referred to Herod's death. Just to evidence how Herod was disliked, that he died on the 7th of Kislev, although many scholars have proposed 2nd of Jabari. So the Megillat Ta'anit, the scroll of fasting, is documenting different things of when people born, when they celebrate different things. This is in the 1st century. What we need to realize is that the overall Jewish community never accepted Jesus as the Savior. They thought he was a phony. So they're even writing stuff about him, saying that he's fake. You don't do that for somebody that don't believe. I mean, come on. All right. But again, you guys want evidence as far as what? What type of evidence do you want in that day? Do we believe that Apollonius of Tyana existed? But anyway, let me hear the rest of what Jabari got to say.
Are you ready?
I'll be ready in 1 second. Give me 1 sec.
You got 5 minutes in your closing, brother?
Was that just 5 minutes that he did?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Give me 1 second.
No sharing, nothing, just closing.
I'm not planning to share. I just wanted to check something. Okay, let me explain that I hear that Guerrilla Hebrew is upset that there's a lack of sources. I'm sorry. Yes, you can start. You can start.
Go ahead.
Wait, I want to say that I hear Guerrilla Hebrew complaining that he doesn't have sources. And I want you to understand that when you don't have sources, then you don't say something is literal or historical. That's how this works. I didn't do that. You shouldn't be angry with me about that. Be angry with history. Be angry with a story that we know did not actually, we have no proof for. When you have no proof for something, then how do you say that it actually occurred? Perhaps it's because every time Guerrilla Hebrew speaks, before he speaks, he prays. You are dealing with faith, brother. I am not here to discount your faith. I am here to say that in the game of history, in the study of history, in the practice of history, sources are king. And if you don't have them, you don't have a history. That's it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. You're complaining that you're working with very few sources. That's because there are none. That's just it. And you can't say just because Josephus only writes he did write them, there are only a few paragraphs that refer to Jesus. Josephus writes voluminously. He doesn't speak about Jesus very much. If you're saying that's the best you got from a guy who wrote at least 30 years after the death of Jesus, then brother, you have a problem. And guess what? I knew you had a problem. Don't cry to me about it. Don't cry to me about it. When you then marry that with the reality that these stories, many of the most important ones, seem to be remixed from an earlier tradition, then you get into a place where you have to say, guess what? Maybe this is not a historical story, and that doesn't mean it's a problem. If you could re-image the story of Jesus from an African perspective and say this story is older than old, it's not about just one guy who had long hair and wore sandals. This is the story of how we must become the divine amongst us. Then you and I would not be disagreeing. But when you try to make this story a historical story without sources, what you are doing is ridiculous. And then you're complaining with me that you have a ridiculous task. I didn't create your task. History did. I'm not saying there are few sources. I'm saying there are no sources. And then you say that I said that every birth was recorded. No, your question was, do we have any records? And I say, yes, we have birth records. I didn't say that they recorded everyone, but I'm not suggesting that there should only be a description of Jesus's birth. We have an emperor and prefects talking about how to deal with him, prefects mostly, governors, how to deal with him. We have no record of what they said. The only record we have is in the Bible. If an emperor is saying that his people have to do something, you have to go and kill all of these children. How do you think he did it? Did he call them on the telephone? Did he put them on an email? There has to be a record. Where is the record? It does not exist because it did not happen. That's not my problem. That's yours. That's yours. Remythologize this, and you will be have stronger footing. That's what we have to do. I'm not saying you can't be a Christian or Hebrew Israelite. I'm saying you got to be a different kind of Christian and Hebrew Israelite. And you know what? You don't even have to pay attention to me. That is my analysis. You can ignore me completely. You probably already have. But when you are coming into a historical debate and you realize you don't have sources, that's not my problem. That's your problem. So please deal with that. It also makes me feel really interested. I think it's hilarious that you think Google is the best way to research something. As someone who researches, as someone who wrote a historical book, as someone who has written historical papers, as someone who is a history professor, I'm going to tell you a lot of stuff you're looking for is not in Google. Maybe you're not aware of that. By the way, you mentioned JSTOR. Sure, but you can't search Google for the articles on JSTOR. You have to search JSTOR for the articles on JSTOR. And you won't even find them all unless you have certain levels of access. So please don't think that Google is the only way you should find something. If you don't find it on Google, doesn't mean that Jabari is wrong. It means maybe you're not looking at the right sources. By the way, did you ask me about what I did to look for those sources? No, because you assumed that I was just describing something. I don't know what you were thinking. That's not how this works. Family, I'm honored that you've allowed us to continue to talk and to continue to have these conversations. I hope you've gotten a lot out of this. I hope that you will do your research. I hope that you will recognize that there's a difference sometimes between history and allegory. And that doesn't mean that allegory is irrelevant. It just means don't try to make it history, because then you'll be in trouble. Peace.
All right. Now, family, y'all gonna just come in and ask a question and move on. Ain't no going back and forth. So be ready. The debate is officially over. They're just gonna give you a couple of minutes to come on in and ask some questions. Let's go with 7 Asar first. 7 Asar, do you have a question, brother? 7 Asar, do you have a question?
Yes.
I don't know what you guys expect to find. There's no records in the 1st century of nothing. They didn't even believe Pilate existed at one point. And Pilate is a real Roman emperor. There's no records in the 1st century. I don't know why would somebody who's walking in bush, we in Jamaica, Mika, right? And we are walking a bush all day. Why would there be any records of the people who you feel is a Messiah walking in bush all day? Why would there be any records? The only records you have is from a historian. Josephus is a historian. He's writing on based off a history that he's heard in the past. He talked about Jesus twice. One of them happened to be, I think, is a forgery. Some of it was forged. Then he talked about other Jesus figures. He talks about, I think, 14 to 20, I think 24 Jesus figures is in Josephus. There's no, who's going to talk about them? Why? For what reason? What's his name? I say give Chris Harris one more chance at debating if Jesus is real. But what is the standard? Nobody has a standard. Why? So all these people are just writing about Jesus because they don't say, hey, what, we're gonna write this and carry this rumor on. You can't, you're not gonna find it. And Paul, and by the way, there's no Bible in the 1st century. Paul's letters are legitimate letters that he's writing to a people. There's no Bible. So when people say, oh, you can't use the Bible to determine. No, Paul is writing from what he's writing as a witness. He's persecuting people while Jesus is alive. There's no, I mean, what more evidence do you want? This shit is crazy, man. I don't know. What do you want? What do you want from a you know what then? This is what I suggest. Fabio and everybody who said Jesus never existed in the 1st century. Show me someone in the 1st century who was called the Messiah and give me the evidence that they used to prove that that person existed. Show me that person. It's like Paul. How did they say Paul existed? Because Clement of Rome is mentioned in his letters and said he actually saw them. Show me somebody in the 1st century. Give me an example, Mika, Fabio. Come on, click the link. Give me an example of somebody in the 1st century who people said was a Messiah. Jesus, Benanias, all these other people. Show me somebody who they said all these supernatural things of who we are saying is a real person. Show me, just show me one person and tell me, how do you prove that that person is real? Yo, you know how they could have got Jabari when he talks about Jesus in the Talmud. Jesus in the Talmud. We need video evidence of Jesus. Exactly, Mongo. That's what we need. This is gonna make Mika, and then Mika gonna say, that's not Jesus. Yo, people, listen, family. All you gotta do is have a standard. And I don't think anyone has a standard to determine. This is a simple standard I would use. Let's look at everybody else. Apollonius. There's no writings of Apollonius until the 3rd century. Over 200 years later. And they say Apollonius existed. Jesus Benanias is in Josephus. All they have is him being written about in Josephus. They said he existed. Let's look at what your standard is to go by. And by the way, too, I don't give a damn if Jesus existed or not. It don't make a difference to me. It don't make my life better. It don't pay my bills. It don't do nothing. I'm just saying, as a community, we have failed when it comes to the Jesus talk. You know, it is what it is. But I'm proposing this to everybody that says Jesus don't exist. Propose somebody in the 1st century who existed and show us how you got to that conclusion. Jesus, Ben Pandera. Look at this now. Jabari believes that's a real person. His master teacher, Baba Heru, believes he's a real person. How do you come to that conclusion, Jabari? Let Jabari, see, you got to put him in a trick bag. You said Ben Pandera is real. Show and prove Ben Pandera is real. Show it. He ain't coming. I know definitely he ain't coming back. The link is at the top. Hold on, let me make sure the link is at the top. But I'm just saying though, what is your standard? What is your? We know the story of Herod is a lie. We know it's a lie. We know it's a lie.
Daddy, more Instacart.
Yes, I can. All right, I'm live. All right. So all I'm saying is, what is your standard? This is for Mika. This is for Sabio. Show us somebody in the 1st century who existed, who you believe existed in the 1st century. Give me some names, and let's go over how you determined they existed. And let's talk about it. It's simple. We scream and we holler. Jesus, Benanias, this person, da da da. As a matter of fact, let me elaborate on this. Let me elaborate on this for a second. Let me elaborate on this Jesus stuff for a second. I have in here a strategy. Let them prove folks in the 1st to 4th century exist. I bet they can. Who is a contemporary of Jesus? We know Paul was, according to the tradition. We know Peter was. We know James was. We know Philip the evangelist of. List of figures in the 1st century we say exists. How do we know they existed? How? How do we know? What standards are you going by? How? So when anyone tells you he don't exist, just point us to some people who did exist and say, okay, we know this guy existed because of that. I think that's what it is. Let's remove all our hatred, all our biases. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian. I don't choose to be a Christian. I don't choose at all. Garfield, if you found physically Jesus living, not just his remain, most folks would still deny him. All right. But let me go over these notes anyway of some notes that I actually made. So we have people, and even if we go by the historical method, within 150 years. So let's say he died at 30 AD. 150 is 180 AD. Between 30 and 180 AD, nobody's talking about him being a real person. Is anybody saying that he's not real? If you look at even Justin Martyr's debate that he had with Trypho, Trypho is saying that Jesus is not the Messiah. Why did he say Jesus is not real? Why did he say Jesus is not real? They're arguing with Justin Martyr around 138 AD, right? Almost 100 years after. And he's saying that Elijah has to come first before Jesus become the Messiah. They're not saying Jesus don't exist. The Talmud mocks his own beginning. Hey, by the way, Mika, you need to link Zion for me. I need to ask Zion a question too. See if Zion want to debate. I'm trying to put a debate. A couple of debates is on the table right now, including me debating, which Orthodox More. I know you listen to my show. You're such a big fan. I love you to death, bro. Shout out to Orthodox More, by the way. All right. And I got to do a debate. I want to do a 4-part series debate with that brother, because he's bringing out some information, and then there's some information I wanted to bring out for the longest that it's going to have me put out. You know, he has some information and I disagree with the brother, but hey, it is what it is. I'm trying to figure out what is our gripe with Jesus, though. What is our gripe? What is our gripe? Let's go. Let's use the historical method. Let's use a methodology. What is your methodology? Mike Jackson, stupid. Okay, he exists, God. Why was he with a naked boy in the garden? I don't know. Why would you even be concentrating on that storyline about him being with a naked boy in the garden? But let me play the rest of this. But so I like this dialogue though with all three of them coming at Jabari. I actually like this. This was very smart by that gentleman over there. That was a very smart approach.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. Let's go.
Yeah, I watched the debate, and I do have a question. Jabari, definitely for the win. And he eloquently broke down the sources. Some of them I spoke on earlier. So I have a question for anybody can answer this. I'm just gonna say Tacitus. Can you cite me, even in Tacitus' work, where he cites his sources of how he gathered the information of when he spoke about Christians and Christus, the Christ? The same for validity.
Now he's lucky I'm not there because he would have got beat up. Now, for those who don't know, I've never watched this video in full before. I just watched a piece of it, right? Now, this part, y'all know I don't play videos on my channel if I watch them. If I don't watch them, like last week, I played Christianity in West Africa. And by the way, Orthodox more. You made a video saying that Garfi says that only Catholic Christians in the West of Africa. Bro, cut it out, man. All right. All right. All right. All right, now let's look at this for a second. Tacitus got his information from who? From Nero, from Nero's records. And remember, Tacitus' job was actually to monitor groups that have crazy beliefs in the community. So that was his job. He was a part of the Senate. So now Nero in 64 AD blamed the Christians. Who were the Christians following at 64 AD? Micah, Fabio. They were following a guy who they thought was the Christ. So Nero was telling them who they follow. They was following this guy named Jesus. They never said it was a fake Jesus or whatever. They believed this guy Jesus was the Messiah. That's all it is in a family. They believe he fulfilled what they wrote about in the Old Testament and in the intertestamental writings. They were expecting a guy to come. Not a spirit, a human being. But I know Jesus was the Messiah because they killed his ass. The Messiah, because if you look at 115 AD in the Kittus War, they thought Andreas was the Messiah. At 132 AD, they thought who? What you call it was the Messiah. 132 AD, Simon Bar Kokhba. So why all of a sudden no, you want me to be a Chris Harris? You said you don't want me to talk to him the whole time. No, you want me to be a him. Chris Harris too wishy-washy. But the issue here is who are you presenting? If we're arguing from a place of silence, you're never gonna have a sound conversation because you really can't prove Jesus did not exist. Because where did the story come from, Mika? Where did these people in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and those are witnesses, by the way, those gospels, because they're from 4 different traditions. Where did they come from? Yeah, they talk about the supernatural and they're trying to pin him with the Old Testament stuff. But at the core of it, there's a baptism. There's a crucifixion. You don't have crucifixion of unknown people by a real person. You don't find that. So Pilate is crucifying a guy that don't exist. Y'all is crazy out here, man. Y'all is crazy. So Pilate is crucifying. Show me Pilate crucifying people that don't exist. Where is the records of that? Because he crucified several other people. And in 36 AD, they took him from the position because he did what? What did he do? He destroyed and killed a bunch of people who was claiming there was a Moses reincarnated and all that crazy. You understand? These people were expecting a Messiah to defeat the Romans. That's why they know Jesus ain't the real Messiah. Because his ass got punked. No disrespect, Christians, but his ass got punked and killed. That's why they thought Simon Bar Kokhba was the Messiah at one point, because he was killing them Romans off, lynching them. Come on, family. Come on. Y'all don't want this smoke with Garfield, man. Y'all don't want this smoke. This is too easy. Who is these people that Pilate is killing? Are they not real people? It's just that the people who liked Jesus and believed it recorded it. That's all it is. Even the Gnostic writings that influenced my brother Law's Quran. They said that Jesus switched and somebody else got killed. The Quran has the same storyline. It's not no mythical character. It's just a character that wasn't popular, that the book made him popular. And that's where the people in the conscious community have it wrong. They think he was this widespread Jesus that everybody knew. The reason why he got popular as far as amongst the believers, because they believed that he came back to life. The Quran story says he never got killed. That's why he appeared, because he never died in the first place. It was somebody else. Somebody else died. So when they saw Jesus, like, oh, we thought you died on the cross. No, it wasn't him. It was somebody else. They stole the body that was killed. If you listen to Simon Maga's tradition, it's in the Quran. He never died. So the people saw him and said, oh, you resurrected, bro. Oh, man, Jesus is back. And that's why you have all these traditions. Oh, 18 years he went into India and taught. You hear the Moorish Science Temple teaching that stuff. Come on. This is not something that you have of somebody who is not real. There's nobody in the history that has these traditions based on somebody that it doesn't exist. You don't talk about people that's not real like that in the context that you see of Jesus. But anyway, let me hear the response.
Younger, same for serotonin. Cite me the sources or even the scholars that you spoke about that knew all of this stuff, but you didn't break down what the scholars used to create that consensus. So I want to know the sources that Tacitus cited to confirm his account of Jesus.
You want to take that, Gorilla Hebrew or Yara?
Yeah, I've got it. So very simply, we can just take a look at how Tacitus deals with hearsay versus what he deems as adequate primary source. So I'm showing you here from my PowerPoint on this. So here we have in Annals, this is from the Annals of Tacitus. It says, I remember hearing my elders say that a certain document was often seen in Piso's hands, which he never made public. This document, his friends averred, was a dispatch from Tiberius containing instructions with regards to Germanicus. Piso had intended to produce it before the Senate and thereby convict the emperor, but Sejanus put him off with empty promises. It was also said that Piso did not die by his own hand, but by that of an executioner. I cannot affirm the truth of either story, but I feel bound not to withhold statements made by persons who were still alive in the days of my own youth. Tacitus accredits nothing whatever beyond the fact that he heard certain old men tell certain things. He distinctly refuses to accredit anything else. So here we have a clear example of how Tacitus handles hearsay. He affirms that he has no proof beyond the rumors that swirl, right? So if your position is accurate, that Tacitus' source of the life and resurrection would have been similar if it was just rumors, but he doesn't. So he clearly makes a differentiation when something is simply a rumor and he heard it. He gives a disclaimer on that. So I don't have the source on the exact thing because he just mentions and references that this happened. But we do see when he reports something that is based on rumor, he clarifies and leaves a disclaimer that it is a rumor.
If I could add something quickly.
Go ahead, you can respond, Jabari.
Yeah, if I could add something quickly, I want to share the screen that deals with the actual. He showed you something that doesn't deal with Jesus. If you could share that really quickly, Sonetter. This is from Annals 1544. It says, Nero fastened the guilt on a class hated for their abominations called Christians by populace. Christus, from whom the name had its origin, suffered the extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius at the hands of Pontius Pilate, and a most mischievous superstition, thus checked for the moment, again broke out not only in Judea, the first source of evil, but even in Rome. So I want to be clear that, first of all, the Tacitus, this piece is unusual, right? For lots of reasons. And a really good analysis of it comes from Michael Martin's The Case Against Christianity. He actually explains that when Tacitus even describes Pontius Pilate, he gives him the wrong title. And if he was using Roman records, we should assume that he would have the right title. So this is one of the reasons why people say perhaps this is an interpolation that came later, because they had an understanding of Pontius Pilate being someone that had a really important title, but they didn't know what it was. A Roman record would have had his title. And so that's one of the reasons why they say that it's problematic. But after all of this, we should be clear, Tacitus is not even writing in the same period. This annal that he wrote comes from 118 CE. If Jesus the Christ is supposed to have died in 33, we are saying that this narrative is nearly 90 years old. That he is talking about something that happened almost 100 years earlier. We should not see Tacitus as a primary source. I know that Guerrilla Hebrew and others want primary sources. They don't exist.
All right.
That's a problem, but that's just the reality of what we're looking at.
All right. First of all, I don't know who could be in the chat. I don't want nobody writing under my name because I don't want the people to confuse us.
Oh, that was me. So everybody, I'm up in here. I would have done my name, but I'm in the back. Yes, I said that to him.
Good. So what I want to say is this real quick. From the people who are asking questions, I don't want none of the debaters to give them ad hominems. Don't be disrespectful towards them. And the same thing goes for the ones who's asking questions. I don't want no ad hominems. I don't want no disrespect towards the debaters. So that goes both ways. Please respect each other on that. Let me move on over to the brother that was here. Willis Whites. Willis Whites? How you say that?
Hey, son.
Yeah, Willis White.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. You got a question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. First time on here. Enjoyed the debate. Actually, this is my first paid debate as well. Jabari, love you. Nepal, love you. Guerrilla Hebrew, definitely love you. Elder Yara, you my elder. Of course, love you, Sal. So just want to say that first of all.
Are you the Keon from the chat?
Definitely. Yeah. And Judah Nash chat. Yeah, definitely. But my question, I'm not gonna lie to you. To me, I have to go with the Three God team there. I got to go with them because I just got to. But I do got a question for Jabari, and I got like 8 pages of notes here. So I don't say I ain't doing it.
Y'all studying. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm serious, man. I'm serious with this, man. I'm not playing with it. I'm trying to tell you. So don't say I ain't watched this debate. But I just got one question. I just got one question for Jabari, right? So you do believe in the Constitution, right?
Of the United States?
Yeah, of the United States.
It's more than one constitution.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes. I when you say believe in it, are you saying do I believe that it actually exists?
Yeah, that it exists, like the freedom of it.
I've seen it.
Okay, all right, okay. So you believe it. Okay, so do you believe in the chronological presidential history? All of our presidents, basically.
Do I believe in the chronological history? I'm not sure if I understand the question. Are you asking, do I believe that like one came at this time and another came at another time and that kind of stuff? Or
yeah, like all the presidents. Yeah, definitely.
I guess so. I'm not sure if I understand exactly what you're asking. Okay, but yes, great. I do believe that there have been what is it, 46
Are you saying that do you believe that they existed or something like that?
Yeah. Let's go with that. They exist.
Well, I do believe that there were 46. Actually, I think it was actually still 45 because one of them had two numbers for some strange reason. So there really have only been 45 presidents.
Makes sense. Okay. So do you believe that there was a first president? What's his name?
Well, there are those that would argue that George Washington was the first president of the United States. There were people who were prominent before that some people argue should have been considered president as well. But of the United States, I think we'd have to say that it was George Washington.
Okay. Do you believe George Washington was a real person?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also, have you heard of the myths that he's never told a lie?
I have heard that. I don't know if I'd call it a myth, but yeah, I have heard that.
Can you prove to me that the man George Washington that has never told a lie actually existed?
Well, first of all, brother, the story of him not telling a lie is clearly untrue. It's clearly untrue.
That's absolutely.
And so I think that we know that to be untrue. Ask on the judge.
But true or not,
this is why this community keeps going around and around and around in circles. There's no standard. What is your standard for people living in the 1st century to be a real historical person? What is your methodology? To Chris Harris, to Jabari, what it is, their methodology is that, oh, we don't have no evidence, so he don't exist. That is their standard. I am saying, let's look at everybody who Josephus talks about and ask ourselves, are we saying that these people that Josephus mentioned, are they real persons or not? What is your evidence? Josephus mentioned them. Is that evidence? The Egyptian is mentioned in Josephus, and the Egyptian is mentioned in the Bible. Is the Egyptian a real person? Now watch this now. John the Baptist, is he a real person? He's mentioned in Josephus and he's mentioned in the Bible. Is he a real person? What is the standard? Josephus is a historian. I'm not saying everything Josephus says is true. I'm just trying to figure out, what is your standard, Jabari? And it's not to come at you anyway. I think folks are letting you off the hook. I think the brother Gorilla did a beautiful job. I didn't listen to the whole thing with Yara. I'm sure Yara asked some good questions. I was just on the phone, so I didn't even hear that. But what is the standard you are going by to hold to this? Because remember, this guy is the most popular guy. The most popular guy in the world today, him and Paul. Because remember, I don't know if you guys know this. 4 years ago, Jabari said Paul never existed. Why did he change? Because Garfield put a standard in front of Jabari. And he changed his mind. They're like, oh, well, it's possible that Paul is a real person. Why? Because Richard Carrier had a whole article about why Paul existed. This is why people are mad at Carrier too, who don't believe in Jesus. Because Paul, if you're taking his letters literally, and he talks about Jesus having a brother, how can you have a biological brother if you don't exist? You see, that's the problem. Brother Garfield read, the biblical Jesus is not a regular human being. That's why he changed the title. You cannot prove a God or a deity. They did so poorly. He didn't have to debate that angle. Okay, I got you. I see. You see, God mind is paying attention. I'm saying to y'all, we need a standard in having a conversation. Hey, Mike Jackson said, so what standard do you give Josephus? I'm saying I go case by case. Because what happened is we have a natural hate for Christianity. So when we hear Jesus, he fake. We thinking about the supernatural Jesus flying in the sky, resurrecting, all that stuff. No, I'm talking about a human guy. A basic guy that walked around and felt he was the guy that's talked about in the Old Testament. People hype the nigga up and say, hey, you this guy. Just like how people are hyping up Hebrew Israelites that they are the Israelites in the biblical text. How can you be somebody that's a retroactive invented identity? The Israelites in the Bible is a retroactive invented identity by the writers of the Old Testament books. It's a retroactive invented identity. The Israelites they talk about in the biblical text don't exist. The Hittites that they talk about are not the real Hittites. The Hittites are actually Canaanites in the Bible. That's not true. Hittites are people that live in Turkey, Indo-European speakers. In the Bible, go to Genesis 23:7. The Hittites talking about buried in the land of the Hittites. The Hittites are Canaanites. That's not true. That's not true. But you reading the Bible don't know this. That's why what I'm about to teach is Hebrew Israelism is a lie. You need to pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. You are being misled. Just like our Hebrew Israelite would say that the Christians teach a lie. Is Hebrew Israelism a lie? Come on, we're going to talk about it today because the story that I'm going to talk about, I'm going to show you guys why all the Hebrew Israelites, whoever teach it, are incorrect. And all the Jews in Israel, outside of Israel, all over, they are incorrect also. We're not letting them off the hook either. It's a cultural writing for a time period, not for today. Ain't no Messiah coming back. It has nothing to do with America, nothing to do with Africa, nothing to do with us. The Bible is based off of ancient Near East context and the surrounding areas that were connected to the Greek Empire. That's it. And the reason why I said the Greek Empire, because the Greek Empire was pretty much everywhere that the Bible is applying to. This is why you have Shem, Ham, and Japheth. You see the equivalents in the Greek writings of a Shem, Ham, and Japheth. You see the equivalents of a Noah story in the Greek writings, although we know it originally comes from, what do you call it? From Noah's story, come from Sumer. Come on. Why they won't listen? Let me finish this Jesus conversation because this community, we need that alone. What is the title? Truthstorian the goal. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that later. I'm gonna tell you why I said Truthstorian is a goal. All right, but let me play the finishing part of this right here.
This is what we've heard from people of his time.
Wait a minute, brother. What historians do is they evaluate data for their effectiveness or their truth. And I think that as we evaluate the stories of George Washington, it's very clear that is not a true story.
All right, last question.
Washington's body still exists.
All right, last final question, brother. Go ahead. What's the kicker to this?
Sorry, my fault. Got you. So since you can say that is obviously not true, and that there's other data that kind of represents the historical fact that George Washington exists, why can't you also use that same logic to say that these things, the miracles per se, are not true, but the fact that Tacitus, Josephus, and all these other contemporary sources kind of proves or is evidence of a historical Jesus?
Well, let's be clear that Tacitus and the people you're mentioning are not contemporaries. They're not. And even if they were, and they aren't, they never even said that they met Jesus. So that's a problem right off the bat, right? And so that's a major issue. Now, with regard to George Washington, you can go see his tomb. His body is there. You can even see the DNA research they've done on him. George Washington has written many things that I have actually read in his own handwriting, by the way. I've met George Washington didn't have any children, but I have met his descendants of his wife, Martha. I've been to his home. I've seen other letters from other people written to him that can be proven as historical individuals. There's a lot of historical evidence of George Washington. We have none of that for Jesus Christ. Zero.
All right, moving right along. Remember to respect everything going on both ways. Brother Judah, you on the call. Do you have a question?
I get one question.
Statement. Go ahead.
Well, all right, okay. So, I just want to say good job to the people out there that watch.
Did he go out?
You went out. Went out.
You went muted for some reason, Judah.
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Somebody, people paid for this debate. Saint Augustine was quoted. Saint Ambrose was quoted. The Jesus myth hypothesis was quoted. Reinventing Jesus was quoted as source. Hold on. I just want to ask. Hold on. I'll get to my questions. Give me a second.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody said that there was that David was not an historical figure, but that's not a question. Just give me a hold on. Somebody put up the prophecies of the catacombs. Someone brought up the Neb and the Altair and the Vega Star, which is China uses for its astronomical records, and so does Japan. They're called the Royal Shepherds. So there are clearly sources that came out, because I wrote them all down, as you can clearly see, like 3 or 4 pages worth. Why did you be deceptive to the people, Jabari, when they paid for this debate and say that the people came with no sources when we were jotting them down? Can you answer that, please?
Thank you.
Amazing question.
I hope you recognize that when we're talking about sources, the sources have to be pertinent to the discussion that we're having, right?
Search, that's a source. And that star in the sky, astronomy, ain't to the historicity of Jesus. I'm talking.
Doesn't mean I'm being deceitful. Is it possible that I might have a different perspective than you? Your position is I mean, we have to get past this. It's possible I disagree with you and I'm not being deceitful. I'm not saying you're being deceitful because you disagree with me. You have a different perspective. I'm allowing you to have your perspective.
All right. I'm gonna and by the way, there's 2 reasons why Truthstorian can be the GOAT, or is the GOAT. And hold on, let me talk to my brother Onk right here. Hold on, brother Onk. Let me play the video so that people could.
All right, Nepal, you could respond.
Right. You know, I don't think, I know Jabari, I know I've seen you, and I know you personally do not like to be called a liar or deceitful. So I don't think you're purposefully, let's put it that way, misleading, but you are, from my opinion, from my, scholarly opinion, because I presented the information, you are misleading because that information is absolutely relevant to the historicity of Jesus. I'm talking about he went down a list and named a lot of information that were sources that we presented.
Who's he?
I'm saying Judah when he came in with the notes. But I'm just saying that throughout the debate, you did say we're not bringing sources. So I hope other people took notes, even on your that are supporting your view. But let me get back to what I was saying about the information with the comment. It's irrelevant that it's Chinese if that's bothering anybody out there. The fact is, even NASA can attest to this, that the Chinese kept impeccable records when it came to comets and any type of astronomy, from all the way back to the Han Dynasty. And that is why we have such a specific date, March 9th, 5 BCE, I believe it is, around that time. I hate using that, so forgive me. I know that is what we should say, but it's BC. But so that information is relevant to Jesus, and if he existed, because you are the one asking, I want to see if those miracles. I don't want to just hear about the man. I want you to talk about the stuff in the book. Well, the star in the sky correlates. It can be supported with that document in the records of the Han Dynasty from the astronomers. That particular star in the sky was followed by travelers for 70 days. Everybody can do their own research. That's a source. And that information was prophesied in the Bible before it appeared by Balaam. And then another triple down is Balaam. There is extra biblical information at Deir Allah in Jordan, an inscription that Balaam, or possibly he did it in the Middle East. So the prophet existed. The prophet prophesied about a coming Messiah, and he said something about a star. the Han Dynasty astronomers recorded the star, and it's obviously Judah knows the information, not just Judah, it's very readily available information if you do the research and if you're interested in it, if you're someone who wanted to find out that information.
All right, I'm done with that video. I just wanted to hear a piece of it. I ain't really want to listen to it that much. But hey, peace and love to y'all, man. OSPI College University, peace and love to you, bros. Stop teaching that craziness, but OSPI Bible, bro. Please. It is total garbage. Nobody gets off the hook. Anything that's kind of intermingled, Kemet with the Bible, and then said the OSPI Bible is this. Come on, bro. The dude got inspiration into a typewriter, not typing by itself. Come on, black man. This is 2024. We can't hold on to these craziness. I love and respect you. Honor me as a good teacher, but I can't be a good teacher if you hold on to that, bro. We can't do that, man. OSPI ain't about that. Tone 360, peace and love to you, my brother. I made a statement. Is Truthstorian the GOAT? Is Truthstorian the GOAT? I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why in a minute. And y'all going to be surprised why I say it. Y'all going to be surprised. Y'all going to definitely be surprised. I say he's the GOAT for a reason. Two reasons I have. One was a debate we had in the back chat, which led to a question that nobody could answer for the last 10 years. And two, because he taught why the slave trade really happened. Why the slave trade really happened. And if you know why the slave trade really happened, then, ladies and gentlemen, the Israelite doctrine serves no purpose. It serves no purpose. But I'm about to go. I'm in teaching mode right now before Brother come on. So let me get this out the way real fast and tell y'all something real quickly, right? I believe, and I'm gonna share the screen right here and show y'all this article real quick. I believe the Hebrew Israelite movement was influenced by Anglo-British Israelism. I'm gonna say it again. I believe the gentleman who started it based it off of Anglo-Hebrew Israelism. Now, why is this important? Because they teach. I want y'all, this is the teaching mode right now. I'm talking to my brother Gorilla Hebrew. I'm talking to Deacon, Destruction, Hassad, Tazariak, my brother Corey Brewer, Joel, Yawasap, all of these organizations. I'm going to tell you why I believe Hebrew Israelism is a lie. And I'm going to prove it. And anybody, and by the way, Pana and whoever else, anybody could jump on and they want to disprove what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Remember this. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Shut up, Rawborn. Everybody in the audience say, shut up, Rawborn. One time. Everybody put a tomato and say, shut up, Rawborn. Come on. Let me see them. Let me see them shut up, Rawborns in the chat real quick. Because he talking shit behind the mic. He can't come on today because he busy. I could talk shit about him today. Shut up, Rawborn. Everybody say, shut up. Shut up. Everybody say, shut up. I'll put some tomatoes for Rawborn. Shut him up right now. He can't jump on. He ain't got no voice. Shut up. We got the tomatoes for him right here. Come on. Y'all scared of him? I don't care if you like Rawborn. Tell him to shut up right now. Shut up, Rawborn. Y'all scared. Y'all weak this morning. We know that's the homie, man. But listen to what I'm saying. I want y'all to pay attention to this right here. And y'all gonna laugh, right? Why is Garfield saying that, right? All right. Remember when, I'm not even going to touch on Acts 2 and who is the people in Acts 2 and all that stuff. I'm not doing none of that today. That's another time. Cornelius and all that nonsense. It's something I want y'all to see in this article about British Israelism and Anglo-Israelism. And I want y'all to tell me if I'm hearing or am I reading wrong, right? Look at this right here. They must prove that Israel was promised an earthly king, right? Now look at this right here. They believe that the king of England or England is attached to Israelism. So this is their argument. Look at this. the kings of England and Judah. It is noteworthy here that the British Israel Authority, Odlum, on page 149, makes the following statement. King George is of the royal house of Judah. There are many who believe that Britain is Israel, but they seem to doubt the possibility of tracing our sovereign from King Zedekiah. In the effort to give even a degree of plausibility to the fake claim that the kings of England are the descendants of Judah, they have in a fumbling way attempted to jumble the genealogies of Matthew and Luke. The British Israel table of genealogies in the royal house of Brunswick gives only 32 generations from Luke 3:32 to 8:38, beginning with Luke 33. They shift to Matthew's record, and to the 48th generation, they omit both Joachim and insert Zedekiah. This is done to connect Zedekiah's daughter with the royal throne of Judah and to establish King George of England on David's throne. After this unscrupulous and dishonest juggling of the records of the inspired writers of the New Testament, they then add the assertion nearly correct. Sound like the Nation of Islam when you answer the question, they said these are nearly correct, meaning, of course, that it is absolutely worthless. The very purpose of the record of the genealogies by Matthew and Luke was to establish beyond all doubt that Jesus Christ is heir to David's throne on the male side through Joseph and on the female side through Mary, his mother. So now, why do they need King James to be a black man? The claim of these pseudo-Israelites is that Jeremiah was the father of Hamutal, who was the mother of Zedekiah, continuing the line through Tia Nephi, the daughter of Zedekiah. So anyway, they try to trace these kings back to the UK, to England. Hence, King James is a part of the lineage. King James is black. Look at this right here. So if King George of Britain or any other king or queen of England is a descendant of Zedekiah, he or she would of necessity be a descendant of Jeconiah, also in Jeremiah, that no man of his seed could ever occupy David's throne on the earth. By their own table of genealogies, the Anglo-Israelites have dethroned King George. But anyway, I want to say this to everybody. Hebrew Israelites, Hebrew Israelism is a lie. I don't have to go into the Anglo-Saxons are of Israelitish origin. You see, this is where they got it from. When I see my big bro and teacher and leader, Priest Daniel of Lions of Israel, who is a leader and an elder in the community, teaches, he got it from here. I ain't got to ask. I know where they got it from. So when he's teaching, I'm like, this is British Israelism with a black face on it. David means ruddy, therefore the king of England is red-headed. Dan is found in the name of a country called Denmark, actually Danmark. They don't teach that. They definitely don't teach that. Another city marked by Dan is Edinburgh. Edinburgh is actually Edinburgh. So when y'all hear these guys teach, you got to look at it from, they're coming from that perspective of these guys of British Israelism. It's crazy. Now, Saxons come from sons of Isaac. The attachment to the Hebrew scriptures. I don't even want to go there, man. I'm gonna leave this alone. This is not what I came to talk about. I just wanted to put this a little taste of British Israelism and Hebrew Israelism in the mindset, so you know where it's coming from. All right. By the way, one of the things that kills the entire argument of Hebrew Israelism is archaeology and anthropology in Native America, in what's called the New World. If humans are here 13,000 years ago, they couldn't have come from Shem, Ham, and Japheth. They couldn't have come from them. So that means you already have people living in the Americas. And if America is Arzareth, it says where no man has ever resided. People have resided in the Americas. So it can't be, Arzareth can't be America. Oh, we can't believe science. Science is a lie. They don't want us to know the truth. You see, when you have a bunch of brothers that want to clean up themselves and live a certain lifestyle, they say, oh, you don't want us to live by the law. Nope. Nope. I'm saying that I'm anti any sin that's in the Bible. I'm anti that. I'm anti every sin. I'm anti-homosexuality. I'm anti-doing drugs. I'm anti-robbing your brother. I'm anti-scamming folks. I'm anti-everything negative in life. I'm anti that. Now, what are you going to say now? Golf, you don't want us to live by the law? That can't be it. The problem is you're a part of a cult and you can't come out of it. So what's the problem, Golf? You don't want us to believe in a God? Let's say there is a God. I'm saying this God is not for you. It is definitely the wrong God. We've been in this land for over 500 years. Where's the freedom, justice, and equality? It doesn't exist. And you're part of a wait-and-see program waiting for this God to do something for you in the eyes of this U.S. government who has mistreated us and shitted on us, whether we're in Jamaica, whether we're in Africa, all over the world, through the U.S. Bank and the World Bank and the IMF. They have shitted on darker skinned people of the world based on the curse of Ham storyline, which they take it literally. All right, so let me get off of this right here. I want to talk about something that's very important to me, right? And I want people to understand that I don't have anything personal against you guys. I don't have anything horrible to say against anybody personally. I've met some of the best human beings I've ever met. Corey from Tab. I've met Joel. Y'all were all on Clubhouse. I've met Rodney. Rodney knew me for a while from Sonnet. They used to watch me. I've met Trilla. I've met some wonderful human beings. But I just disagree with Hebrew Israelism. I just disagree. That's it. All right. Yo, Rob is stupid, yo. Anybody wants to jump on, jump on. Naphtali, you are one of the people that's a part of that cult mind. You don't want the smoke. The link is there. So just chill out. All right? Relax yourself in the audience. You're not even us. You're Jamaican. You're not even black. I thought some Jamaicans were black. All right. Let's take a look at this. This is how you kill and destroy the Hebrew Israelite doctrine. I only need one example. This is the Israelites and Judahites in Assyria and Babylonia, according to the cuneiform records. Ladies and gentlemen, as long as you have primary sources, the Bible withers away. Watch this. Yeah, whatever. You got issues, man. Let me time you out for a little bit. Anytime you come in here and talking about this black shit and try to differentiate me because I'm a Jamaican, fuck out of here. We ain't got time for you, Naphtali. Fuck out of here. Click the link. Click the link. You got all this talk in the sideline. Click the mother effing link. Click the link. So now all these guys are teaching a lie. And they can't say they don't know they're teaching a lie because they're watching this video. I had a conversation on Clubhouse Friday in my brother God First Gang group, and I realized something when I was watching this video, when I was talking. They don't have a response. They don't have a response for what I'm about to bring out. They don't. And the reason why they don't have a response, because they can't research. They can't research. Or they believe if they accept Garfield's point, they will no longer have something to stand on. Now, Naphtali, what's up? What do you want to talk about? Come on, you're on the stage. You're brave. Let's go. What do you want to talk about? All right, she ain't talking. Watch this, family. These are the primary sources from the Israelites and Judahites in Assyria and Babylonian, according to the cuneiform sources. Now, in Naphtali's defense, she don't believe in the 12-tribe chart. She think it's garbage. But I'm sure she believe in that 70 AD nonsense too. But anyway, we'll get to that in a minute. I want you guys to pay attention. This is from K. Lawson Younger. He's from Trinity International University Divinity School. He has the best work as far as documenting what happened to the Israelites when they went to Assyria. when they went to Assyria. What happened? Let's take a look. The Israelite deportations. So I have 82 slides, and I'm going to go through all of them. If she wants to interrupt, she can interrupt. The Assyrian kings who deported the Israelites. Tiglath-Pileser III, Tiglath-Pileser III, Shalmaneser V, Sargon II. These are the people who were the leaders in these areas who had to do with the deportation of people who lived in the area called Israel. If you pay attention, if you look on this,
can you hear me?
I could hear you now. What's up?
Garfield, can you hear me?
I could hear you. What's up? I could hear you. I could hear you.
Okay, I can't hear you. I'm gonna leave out and come back.
All right, cool. The Bible can't wither away. Well, you see, there's nothing wrong with you believing in a God. I don't have a problem with that. And I think that's what people think Garfield has a problem with. The problem is we're following a culture and we're leading our people into a dream world where the dream world don't exist. Yeah, I believe Jesus is a real person, but that don't mean I believe he's some savior of the universe. Now, let's watch this piece by piece. And Naftali, maybe you should come on after I'm done. I don't want you to really interrupt me if you don't have nothing to contribute, because I don't know if you know this history very well. Now, this is what every Hebrew Israelite has a problem with. There's 5 main things that destroys their doctrine. It's what happened with the Israelites when they went to Assyria. Number 2, 70 AD, and what happened.
I can hear now.
All right. And what happened? The book called Second Esdras, Arzareth being in America, number 4, and the whole thing about the slave trade and what happened, Deuteronomy 28. Those 5 things are some of the main things that they hold on to dearly. They don't argue about if Jesus existed because they think that's a wash. Israelites won't argue that. It's a waste of time. Now, watch this now, family, and I want y'all to pay attention to this carefully now. This is when they actually went from Israel to Assyria. Yeah, son, you know what it is. Truthstorian always say that. At the beginning of Tiglath-Pileser's reign, this purple area here is where he controlled. This sign, these roads here are the principal roads. The green arrow is route of Sargon's 8th campaign, where he campaigned. All right. Now, let's go here. This is Tiglath-Pileser. And this is the list of captives and the name of the cities that they come from. So when he goes into Israel, he's documenting, if you look at the circle, he's going into this region right here where you see the circle, and he's documenting how many people he took. 625, 650 here, 650 there, and all that stuff. He goes into Tyre, he goes into all these different areas, but he's documenting where he's taking people from. All right. Now in Gezer, this is a part of the documentation that they're showing where they're going into areas and they're attacking. You see the writings, Uru, Gazaru, whatever, which is Giza. So this is the primary sources or images of the primary sources showing us the translations and all that stuff. Astaroth. So you see the Israelites here? See? This is what they paint them and what they look like. All right? They look just like us African Americans. All right, this is another image right here. The evidence from Lower Galilee seems to indicate that this was a unidirectional deportation, that some of these areas of the northern kingdom were depopulated. Why it says unidirectional, ladies and gentlemen, that means they didn't bring people back from Assyria to fill in from these areas. That means they destroyed Lower Galilee. It wasn't livable anymore where they beat up these people. There were actually wars there. Now look at this right here. They are documenting the vassals. Ekron was a vassal, had a puppet king. Ashdod, Ashkelon, Gaza, Judah, Moab, Ammon, Israel. Samaria, and they put the dates when they were vassals and when they were puppet kings there, the province. All right? Because once Assyria took over Israel, there was no longer a place called Israel. There's no more Israel anymore. This is why the biblical tradition, if you notice, you see the Israel kings stop, I think, at Hosea. There's no more kings of Israel. And at this point, Judah and Israel was never one. This is an argument in academia of a united monarchy. There's no united monarchy in the history of this region. Judah is on its own. Israel is on its own. They had a Syro-Ephraimite war when they actually attacked Judah. They teamed up with some other people and attacked Judah. They weren't united. Only in the Bible you read of this united monarchy, which is not historical. It's purely theological. And I'm going to explain to you why it's theological in a few minutes. All right. Shalmaneser V, capture and destruction of Samaria in 722. It's listed in the Babylonian Chronicles. It's also listed in 2 Kings of the biblical text. All right. So these are the areas and so forth. So then you had Sargon. Sargon II. Where could you find this information? In the Nimrod prisms, D and E, the inhabitants of Samarina, which is Samaria, who agreed and plotted with a king hostile to me not to do service and not to bring tribute to Ashur, and who did battle. I fought against them with the power of the great gods, my lords. I counted as foil, 27,280 people together with their chariots and gods in which they trusted. I formed a unit with 200 of their chariots for my royal force. What is his royal force? His army. Remember when the Arabs invaded Egypt and the Egyptians joined their army? It's the same thing right here back in the days. When somebody takes over your country, their army normally falls in line with the army that defeated them. I settled the rest of them in the midst of Assyria. I repopulated Samarina more than before. I brought into it people from countries conquered by my hands. I appointed my eunuch as governor over them, and I counted them as Assyrians. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when he said he repopulated them, this is now a bi-directional thing. He brought people from areas where he conquered and brought them into Israel. Counted them now as Assyrians, and he made a eunuch. I don't know if what y'all call a eunuch today, but he brought a eunuch in, a little fruity cake, to rule over God's land. This was a rapid reconquest of the city in 720 BCE. A bi-directional deportation was implemented. Bi-directional deportation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it means they took people out and brought people in. So there's always been a mixture of people in that region. And by the way, to some of the people that they brought in were Arabs. So the tradition of Arabs and the Isaac and the Ishmael story may have a connection with Arabs who were brought in to try to tell an etiological story of where they come from through Abraham. In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria captured Samaria, and he deported Israel to Assyria and settled them in Halah on the Habar, the river of Gozan, and in the towns of the Medes. The towns of the Medes is all, of course, we're going towards Persia. Gozan is in Assyria. Halah is on the Habar near that area of Gozan. All right. This is a picture. The deportations of Israel. So you could see and freeze this. All right. Boom, 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 boom. So you see where they were taken to. They were taken to Gozan. They were taken to Halah. And they were taken to the Medes. All right. All right. The Israelites were deported to 3 locations. 2 Kings 17:6, 2 Kings 18:11, Halah, Gozan, the city of the Medes. Medes were deported to the southern Levant. The evidence of that is in the Tel Jeme Ostracon. So we got tons of primaries showing that actually something happened. The Bible is literally telling the truth, if I may say that. All right. Now, again, I see Sister Naphtali on the chat, on the panel. Anybody else want to jump on? Let me know. All right, let's go. Here we go now. The identification of Hebrew persons in the Neo-Assyrian sources. So now the people who are Israelites, we find them in Assyrian sources documented with their names and their theophoric elements in their army, in jobs, in court, being accountants, being everything. So this is what this is showing. This is showing you the primary sources. They ain't got nothing for this. Naphtali can't get off the mic and say, Garfield, this is wrong. There's no way. No, she can't do it. Let's take a look.
I don't even know what you're talking about. What are you saying that is correct?
Don't worry about it, sis. When
No,
I'm done,
let's have a conversation. You said that what is correct now?
I said you can't say none of this information is incorrect. You see, you don't know what I'm talking about. So keep listening.
No, I don't know what you're talking about because the information that you're saying is nonsense.
What is nonsense?
Your whole methodology is nonsense. I mean, think about it like this.
My whole
You're bringing up, yes,
hold on,
because the thing is, you're basing everything off of a One West doctrine.
Time out.
The One West doctrine is outdated.
Time out. If we're gonna discuss One West, wait until I'm finished with all of these slides. I got 59 more to go. Let me do that, and then we could talk about that. And I'll get to you in a second. All right. All right. I'll get right back to you. All right, cool. She don't know what I'm talking about, but anyway, I understand what she's trying to say, but you ain't ready for no smoke with this. We talking about this right now. All right. All right. Tracing Israelites in the Assyrian cuneiform records. Assyrian reliefs may give hints as to ethnicity through particular clothing. The ethnicon Sumerian is used. A personal name may derive from a root only attested in Hebrew. Example, Pekah. The predominant method for identifying Israelites or Judites in the textual materials is through the use of a form of the divine name Yahweh in the personal names. All right. So there you go. They're showing you the primary. If you could read the Assyrian. All right. The first component, second component, the IAU, da-da-da-da. They're showing you how they get Bana Yahu, Yahweh built or created. Israelites in the Neo-Assyrian sources, the types of deportees. Those who received a preferred or at least reasonable treatment. Those who received hardship and the bare subsistence, a large number of the deportees. All right. And by the way, when she get off mic, I'm going to say this. I don't think anybody, African-American, anybody can be a Hebrew Israelite because one, Jacob, who is the progenitor of all these tribes or whatever, is an eponymous ancestor, which she can prove existed. So hence, your whole tradition, again, is a retroactive invented identity by the writers of the biblical text. All right, so we'll deal with that when I'm done with these slides. The filtering process. By the individual deportees' prior status and skills as these match the needs of the Assyrian administration, Assyrian reliefs give evidence of the filtering process. Emotional impact on uprooted individuals. General nuclear families were kept intact. Listen to this, family. Generally, nuclear families were kept intact, but extended familial ties were severed. Assyrian deportations were not death marches. The Assyrians were concerned that the deportees arrived at their destinations relatively healthy. In a letter, the king commands an official saying, hey, the captives that they are transporting and settling, they are even to oversee the care of the sick deportees. The king states, 7 times over, you shall not be careless, for that you would die. If there's anyone sick among the deportees whom they bring to you, you shall gather together from among the group. However many they are, they shall transport them and place them in your presence until they are fit. Here you go, right here. More stuff again. More Israelites being taken. More Israelites being taken. All right. There you go. The deportations of Israel again. Now, we got 44, I think we got 44 or 46 more slides to go. Those deportees who received preferred or at least reasonable treatment, military personnel. So we have records, inscription for Tiglath-Pileser, Israelite auxiliary troops. We got in Sargon II, Sumerian charioteers. We go to the horse list for that. We got the individuals, a chariot driver, a cohort commander. So you're telling me an Israelite became a cohort commander? A bodyguard, Yahweh is my brother. Ahiyahu, he is an archer. This is the horse list. All right, and these are the records. They became officials, palace personnel. So you mean you had Israelites who went to Assyria and became a palace personnel? Yahweh is my light. Neriyahu was the chief of accountants from Gazana. So you're telling me they're taken from Israel and brought to Assyria to be an accountant. How nice. Paltiyahu, my deliverance is Yahweh, the servant of Neriyahu. Yadiyahu was the chief of public work. So if you're doing anything in the public, buildings and all that stuff, he was the chief. So he got a high top position, high top draft position in Assyria. The priests, wine ration, Samarian lamentation, Samarian priests returning to Samaria, priestly singers. Here you go right here. They were skilled laborers. Hala, where Sargon was building a new capital, Israelites were used to build the city. Oh man. So these Israelites are roaming around. Shout out to K Younger, by the way, for these slides from Lanier Theology Library. I could put a link in the chat so everybody could have this source for themselves, so you could research for yourself. But these are primary sources. They were merchants. Yahweh is my God. An Israelite sells a slave girl to Akulano, the cohort commander of the crown prince in Nineveh. They were landowners. Yahweh has strengthened, was a landowner from Der Katlimu. They were witnesses. So the Israelites were snitches, Rawbon. Israelites served as witnesses in over 20 legal documents from Assyria. It is clear from these as well as other documents that later generations of deportees adopted non-Israelite, specifically Assyrian names. Thus, there was a certain Assyrianization at work along generational lines. Ouch! Ouch! Let me say this to the family. All right. Now, let's move down a little bit now. Those deportees who receive hardship and bear subsistence. So you had agricultural workers who weren't treated the best, but they were actually treated fairly and brought there alive. Forced laborers, unskilled was deportees. These deportees would have received only one ration, the minimal daily ration for the unskilled laborers. Their plight must have been very grievous. All right. So not all of them. Frontline, border town, the city of the Medes would have been the area around the city of Harhar. Slaves, an Israelite named the son of Aya is the subject of a slave redemption. Uzziah and his two wives, an Israelite woman named Diana was a female slave from Gozan in 610 BC. They were debtors. The son of Asaliah was from the city of Zanba and contracted a debt with Inerta in 626 BC. So you're seeing that these people are being documented, living from generation to generation, 610 BC. So they're still there with Assyrian names, though. So we have evidence of people with Israelite names having children with Assyrian names. So that's what happened. They assimilated into Assyrian society. They weren't never lost. A tablet dated to 660 BC records a debt incurred by Attar Suri, who received Adinawa 3 homers of wheat measured by the Judahite seer. All right. This is them leaving from Judah right here. Judahites in Neo-Babylon sources. In Daniel and a small number of young elites, so we find different times when they are actually Jews in the areas. Al-Yahuda was a city that they were given by Nebuchadnezzar. It was an income-producing land that they received. All right?
I'm sorry. Can I interrupt you for a second?
Why?
Because I just have a question about what you're doing here. So you utilizing a lot of these.
I got 7 more slides, sweetie. 7 more slides.
I promise you. I'm just like you're like a teacher and I'm your pupil at this moment, right? So my question is, you're reading a lot of sources here, historical sources, but in one breath you're quoting sources that actually provide information to showcase Judah, Babylonian, all this type of information, but then in the next breath you say the stuff doesn't exist, that there's no sources. Which one is it? is there sources? Were the people actually historical? Did they actually exist historically, or did they not? Because I'm hearing a lot of sources about Judah right now.
All right. First, this is the first problem with an Israelite. You can't listen and you can't hear properly. They all have hearing problems. I have never said Israelites. Every time we talk, you always say this. There's a difference between Israelites as far as historical Israelites and biblical Israelites. The life of biblical Israelites. By the way, mute your mic because I'm getting an echo based off of your mic being open. All right. And because I said Jacob is not a real person, I'm saying that we can't trace back to Israel based off of that's a biblical tradition. Israelites existed as real people, but Jacob is an eponymous ancestor, just like how other cultures like the Medes have Medusa, just like the Persians have Perseus, just like the Greeks have Helen. It's an eponymous ancestor that is created based off of what's called etiology. Etiology is where you're tracing your root from. With the Bible writers, they pretty much did what every other culture around them did in tracing their roots back to a person. So Jacob is necessarily not a real character, historical, Moses, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, all these people. It's a part of the etiology. But it seems like the Bible writers, the people today, want to make those people real when they are written in a context of not being real. All right? That doesn't mean Israelites never existed. It doesn't mean Hellenistic people never existed. It doesn't mean Persians never existed or Medes never existed, because they based their life off an eponymous ancestor. All right, let me finish my slides and we could get back to that. I never said Israelites never existed. I said Jacob never existed. What's up, Unc?
How you doing, brother? Good information and bad understanding on Shorty part. But keep going.
All right. So the Judites in the Neo-Babylonian sources, we have Joachim's Ration text, and we have Joachim Ration text from Babylon. Again, we have them living right here. Then we have the Marasha archives showing them living. The archive gives information on interaction agreement with about 100 Jewish families. It also gives information of them lending money to nations, which is actually in Deuteronomy 28, something that we never hear African Americans or black people in general refer to, because they don't lend people money and they don't own any banks. So this wouldn't apply to them because they don't have that type of lifestyle where they're the ones that lending people money. So the persons who wrote Deuteronomy 28 was writing in a context of that time period of them lending people money and all that stuff. But again, Deuteronomy 28:12, you'll never hear it from these fake Israelites that's claiming that they come from these people. Well, anyway, I'm done with these slides right here. But I do want to address something that she said that's important. When you look at, let me put this on the stage right now. Let me put this on the stage. Let me put this on the stage. This right here is very important, because people, they use different sources for different time periods and for different purposes, right? And what I like to do is I like to be reasonable to people. Now, regarding what she said, let me just address that, and then I'll get back to this right here. Let me address it this way. So it's plain and simple for people who are watching at home what I am talking about. So it's clear they could freeze it and come back. I did a debate with Gorilla Hebrew, right? And I broke this down. It was not that difficult to understand. It's right here. Are the 12 tribes from real people, or are they fictional characters? And the reason why I asked that question is because they have a 12 tribe chart. What is it based on? I talked about the Medes is the progenitor of the Medes. Perses is the progenitor of the Persians. Romulus is the progenitor of the Romans. Helen is the progenitor of the Hellenistic Greeks. Ashur is the progenitor of the Assyrians. Jacob/Israel is the progenitor of the Israelites. So what the Bible believers want us to believe is that this guy Jacob, who is now called Israel, is the only one that's real. But all of these other cultures within the ancient Near East who were empires, who they pretty much copied their way of developing a dialogue or a writing system to show where they come from. They pretty much got it from all these empires above, that they're the only ones that have a guy who's an eponymous ancestor that is real. Now, if we ask them for a source to provide evidence that the person, oh, well, the absence of evidence don't mean the person existed. Now, this is the issue here. The experts have looked for these guys. The Bible-believing experts have looked for these guys. Fundamentalists have looked for these guys. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They can't find them. They have given up hope of saying that these people are historical. But on the other hand, we know Romulus is not a real guy. But that's where Rome got their name from. But what about Persis, Garfield? We know Persians are real people. So you're telling me that the guy who they come from is fake? Does that mean that the Persians aren't real? You see the logics of her questioning? Medes is the progenitor of the Medes. We know Medes literally existed. It's in the stuff that I just talked about, the archaeology where the Israelites were taken to the land of the Medes. We know Medes existed, but does that mean Medes is a real person? No, it's an eponymous ancestor. Helen is the progenitor of the Hellenistic Greeks. Helen is not real. And guess what the Greeks had? The Greeks had 12 tribes. They had 10 tribes. They had statues of the 10 tribes and 12 tribes. It don't make them real. It's a storyline. So all the Bible believers did, or Bible writers, was write their history through the eyes of all the empires that ruled over them. That's why you're going to find in Deuteronomy 28, the Assyrian Esarhaddon Treaty is similar to Deuteronomy 28. Why is the Shem, Ham, and Japheth story also in the Hellenistic story? Why is the Abraham story in the Roman Romulus story? Because they are writing based off of empires and people who are over them within the cultural milieu. So to answer your question, Naphtali, from a scholastic perspective, Jacob was never considered real by anyone. It's only considered real by you and Bible believers. But people who are, even some Bible believers who are Bible believers, hold to him being an eponymous ancestor. But you want to descend from him. I'm saying you can't descend from him because he's not a real guy. So nobody, black, white, red, or yellow, can be an Israelite. It's all a culture that was developed through a book. It's a retroactive invented identity. So you can't be from them, literally. This is what I'm trying to teach. So if you don't agree with that, that's fine. But let me finish up on my my bottom line that I had to say earlier. Go ahead, Unc.
No, the culture that developed it can be from them because is a group. The same reason they the chosen people of God, because they wrote and said so. So they, but African Americans can't be that. That's not their culture. That's not where they came from. That's an African American thing. And oh, by the way, the Christians don't listen to their theologians. The Hebrew Israelites ain't nothing but glorified Christians at the end of the day, and none of them listen to the historical record at all. So, I'm baffled by it. So I've never heard you teach that there is not a historical culture in Palestine and Judea. Okay, that these stories are written about. I've never heard you say that, and I've never said that. I've never made that mistake. So yes, they are real, but the stories that are composed to tie them into different cultures and different histories. So we know the Assyrians was serious, so they wouldn't have had nobody running around like that challenging them. I mean, you think the Romans was bad, you think the colonial powers was bad. Them Assyrians, they chop you off, deport you, done. So not at all was they in that environment. They never was a power. They never was a superpower. They just a small clan, a small tribe. They got serious based off their literature, based off of colonialism, spreading the word in biblical, in the Bible, as they colonize,
Yep. One more thing I gotta add before I allow questions or whatever. I do want to touch on the point that's very important. There is a part of the Hebrew Israelism lie that says that these people migrated or were moved to a certain area. All right, this is how they developed the 10 tribes chart. This don't have anything to do with Naphtali. She don't believe in this, so let me put a disclaimer out. But let's look at something that's very important here. What happened to the people that were taken to that land, that specific land? So what they do, family, is pull this book out. It's called Second Esdras. So Second Esdras, right here, is the one that's talking about Arzareth. So they run around and teach a lie. The lie is you're teaching that Second Esdras was written by Ezra. That's the lie. So Garfield, so this is so domino number one. Hebrew Israelism is a lie because it's based on the 10 tribes concept, which was propagated by Anglo and British Israelism, where the kings over there there's two main tribes, Manasseh and Ephraim, and England would be Manasseh and US would be Ephraim, or vice versa. But the kings of England were from the descendants of David. This is why King James eventually had to be a black man. He had to be black because he's from the lineage of Judah. It couldn't be a white man. So they started to propagate this fake King James being black argument, but they're not paying attention. But let's look at this now. So Second Esdras, to Sister Naphtali and Brother Unk, is the number 2 domino that has to be destroyed for these fake Hebrew Israelism teachings and the lies that's being told. Second Esdras is an apocrypha that's written in the 1st century. But let's take a look at this though. Why is this important? Because it says in Second Esdras, they're saying that Second Esdras was written by the real Ezra that wrote in the 5th century BC, right? That's if that Ezra even existed at all. But it says these are the 9/10 tribes that were taken away from their own land into exile in the days of King Hoshea, whom Shalmaneser, king of the Assyrians, made captives. He took them across the river, and they were taken into another land, but they formed this plan for themselves, what they would leave the multitude of the nations and go to a more distant region. Look at this now, where no human beings had ever lived, so that there at least they might keep their statutes that they had not kept in their own land or another land. Now watch this, family. They went in by the narrow passages of the Euphrates River, for at that time the Most High performed signs for them and stopped the channels of the river until they had crossed over. Through that region, there was a long way to go, a journey of 1.5 years, and that country is called Arzareth. Arzareth, for those who don't know, it's a compound word. It's a compound word that means another land. It literally comes from Deuteronomy 29, I think, where it talks about seeing another land. Hold on, I'm gonna tell y'all exactly where it comes from right now. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. And by the way, the river that they're talking about in the earlier passage is called the Sabbaton River. It flows rocks. Listen to this, family. It flows rocks 6 days a week, but it stops on the day of the Sabbath. So that's the only day they could cross. But guess what happened? They can't move because on the Sabbath they can't travel. So that means it's a fictitious river that's made up. And then they're talking about going to a fictitious era. They say where no human beings had ever lived. Ladies and gentlemen, everywhere on the earth was actually populated at the time. So they're trying to say now with this argument, some of them, not all of them, because Joel from what you call it, don't teach this. But they're saying that this is America. So when I bring out that they had humans who they've had here way before the Mayans and all these people, they said archaeology is a lie. So they want to keep the Hebrew Israelite going. They don't want to submit to what's obviously in their face. So let me just deal with this Deuteronomy 29 thing real quickly here. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Okay. Hold on, where is this at? Okay. It is clear from reading Esdras, the words, the exile of the northern tribe is at the core of his writing. He also clearly alludes to the Deuteronomic verse foretelling the exile of the tribes to another land. The first usage merely echoes the verse in Deuteronomy 29:28 and speaks of an unnamed land and other land in Hebrew, Eretz Ahereth. it is simply a land other than the land of Israel, as opposed to known locations of exile, the rivers of Babylon, Egypt. It is unknown. All right. In the words of Bendor, from a theological standpoint, Arzareth is, of course, a metaphor, an imaginary and pristine place juxtaposed with our mundane and tainted world. Yet at the same time, it is presented as a real location, reached via familiar and known geographical markers. All right. So let's deal with second Esdras for a second. Arzareth is not an actual place name, but it's instead a corruption of two Hebrew words, Eretz Aheret, which simply means another land. If you go to the New Oxford Annotated Bible, you'll see that second Esdras is classified as an apocrypha. All right. And the reason why second Esdras, ladies and gentlemen, there's no records of second Esdras in the BC era. It is not in any Old Testament canon at all. If you find it in a canon, it's always attached to the New Testament. It's never attached. Look at this bottom right here. Second Esdras is not included in the Septuagint or in any Jewish canon. It is not considered canon at all. Only British Israelism and Anglo-Israelism resurfaced and brought this to the forefront. That's the problem. That's the problem. It's not in any canon. So why is it given an authority by us? Because it talks about Arzareth, and the elders in the One West camps used it the same way British Israelism used it, and just blacken it. Instead of having it on white face, they put it on black face and made it a part of a doctrine to say that African Americans come from the 12 tribe chart and they're Judah. Jamaicans are from Benjamin, and this one is from that one, whatever. Now look at this now. Traditionally, second Esdras has been considered a writing of the biblical figure Ezra. For modern scholars, however, Ezra is a pseudonym, and all three components of second Esdras are thought to be of unknown authorship. It should be noted that 6 Ezra, as it stands, is anonymous. Now, and by the way, too, if we go to the Encyclopedia Britannica, it says the same thing. All the sources say the same thing. But one thing I want to point out, though, do we accept the Zondervan? Because they like to draw the Zondervan Bible like it's an authority when it comes to the word Negroes and Ham and all that nonsense. But look at it right here. It says it. Second Esdras was written around 90 AD, written during the intertestamental time period. So for someone who holds the second Esdras, it's a problem for you, because now you're going to get, oh, they're hiding it. Why? Every single authority is hiding it. This is the oldest, earliest Old Testament list, and you will not see any apocrypha on here. Why is that? If it's an authority, no one is saying it's canon. Even Irenaeus, who named it, why is it not in Irenaeus's canon? Who talked about it? Hold on one second here. Let me go back to this right here. All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have no records in history of these Assyrians or these people leaving out of Assyria. There's no records of it. Simply no records. No manuscripts of second Esdras exist in the BC era. There's nobody talking about it. It's Jesus, son of Sirach, talk about all these books and prophets. He don't mention nobody knows the book because it never existed. And in fact, one of the arguments they use is this right here. They say that Jesus quotes it, but the parts that they're talking about, first and second chapter, are Christian interpolations. They are using the biblical quotes from Jesus in second Esdras. It also used the Apocalypse of Zephaniah, which was written around 150 or 140 AD, and the second book of Baruch. So it is quoting from other books that was written later than the first century. So if you want to say that, family, that's on you. But I'm going with what the scholarship says and what I could prove. Second Esdras is a late book. It wasn't written by second Esdras. Now, this is the issue that destroys everything that they teach about these 12 tribe chart. What happened to the 10 lost tribes? We know Tiglath-Pileser took 13,000. We know Sargon II and Shalmaneser took 27,000. So 40,000 people. When they did the archaeological surveys, they show between 222,000 and 350,000 people lived in Israel at the time. So if they took 40,000, ladies and gentlemen, that's around 10% or less than 10% in some instances. And ladies and gentlemen, where did the people go? We know around 80,000 fled to Judah. 100,000 remained in Samaria and 40,000 was exiled. That's if it was 220,000. If it's 350,000, 230,000 remained in Samaria. 40,000 to exile, 80,000 to Judah. So ladies and gentlemen, you're talking about 20% taking off into exile if it's 220, 11% taking off into the exile if it's 350. Those who were carried off into exile in Assyria were most likely taken to the few specific locations given in the biblical account: Halah, the river Gozan, and the city of the Medes. All right, now watch this. Supposed suggestion locations of Arzareth. Although perhaps as many as 20% of the inhabitants of the northern kingdom of Israel were carried off into exile, the vast majority of the so-called 10 lost tribes went either nowhere or south to Judah. In brief, the 10 lost tribes were never lost. We know exactly where they went. Some were carried off to Assyria, some fled to Judah, and the vast majority simply remained where they had always lived. Some of those who remained on the land intermarried with the new arrivals and became the Samaritans, known to us from both the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament. Let me say it again in brief. The 10 lost tribes were never lost. So that there can't be a 12-tribe chart if there was no 10 lost tribes. The Americans over here can't be, the Native Americans can't be from no tribes. The African Americans and blacks during slavery can't be from no tribes because they were never lost. What you did was superimpose your blackness and us as freedom fighters trying to figure out who we are by superimposing our blackness on Anglo-Israelism and British Israelism and copied them. That's what you did. All right. By the way, too, let's not forget it's 701.
What are you talking about, Garfield? I'm sorry. I've been very patient.
Hey,
I
listen,
really have. You've been saying.
Listen, be quiet. Let me finish teaching. All right. You want to say something, Unc, real quick? All right. Let me bring her up. Go ahead. You have something to say? Go ahead.
You took me off.
All right. Go ahead, sis. The floor is yours.
Okay. So, I love when people get up here and they, you're teaching, you're bringing out information. That's fine. You're sharing your opinion. But I hear you speak a lot about what African Americans don't have and what we do have. One thing about it is, and I see this whole thing is becoming very popular with like Kamala Harris, all these different
Black and all that stuff talk. Get out of here with that. I ain't got time for that. I'm dealing with Israelites and information. Anybody wants to come on and talk about that, we good. If you worried about being black, you want to be a color, I don't even consider myself black. I stay away from that argument. Get out of there. You ready to go there? Be quiet on that. Deal with the information. That's what we're talking about. In 701 BC, and this is another Dagger family, 701 BCE, guess what? They claim they're from the tribe of Judah, right? What happened in 701 BCE? Sennacherib came in and claimed he took 200,000 people. So if he took 200,000 people to Assyria, where was Judah? When did Judah go back to Israel? As for Hezekiah the Judean, he did not submit to my yoke. I laid siege to 46 of his strong fortified cities and countless small villages in their vicinity and conquered them by means of well-stamped earth rams and battering rams, brought thus near to the walls, combined with the attack by foot soldiers using mine breaches as well. I brought out of them 200,150 people, young and old, male and female, horses, mules, donkeys, and counted them as booty. However many were carried off in 701 BC, not one is mentioned anywhere in the Near Assyrian text. Perhaps we should refer to them as members of the two lost tribes of Judah. More deportations we have with King Esarhaddon and all that stuff. I'm not even going to deal with that. But the population by numbers, let's look at it from a biblical perspective. If 800,000 men, which is in 2 Samuel 24:9, Joab gave up the sum of the number of the people unto the king, and there were in Israel 800,000 valiant men that drew the sword, and the men of Judah were 500,000 men. 800,000 men doesn't include elderly male and female, women and children. I could add another 800,000, making the population 1.6. But what during the war, they lost 300,000 men. So they get that's a 2 Chronicles 13, 500,000 of Israel was killed. Leaves the population at around 1.15. Assyrians took 40,000, which is less than 5% of the population of the northern tribe population. How many people are left in Israel? What happened to them? All right. Now, there's one more thing I want to bring up with the 12 tribes of Israel, right? Benjamin Tudela, ladies and gentlemen, this is the key. Benjamin Tudela in the 12th century went to those areas where the exiles went. Where the exiles went in the Assyrian exile. Look at it. Throughout his journey, Benjamin of Tudela encounters legacies of all these exiles in a wide variety of places. On the river of the Euphrates, he finds the synagogue of Ezekiel, bearing an inscription of all those who accompanied the Judahites into exile, and the sepulchre of Ezekiel himself. All right. Judah exile. He recalled, if you will, that in the biblical visions of history, there are 2 great exiles. All right. Now look at this now. Where did the people go according to 2 Kings 17:6? They went, one of the places they went to was the city of the Medes. They also went to Gozan, on the river of the Gozan. Now watch this, family. He finds 40,000 Jews, 10 yeshivas, and 28 synagogues. At a distance of nearly 900 years, the parts of Benjamin's narrative that still spark the imagination are the number of Jews and Israelites he discovers and the circumstances of their station, which are so different from European realities. In the first case, Benjamin claims to have visited a city called Akbar on the Tigris, hosting 10,000 Jews. In Baghdad, he finds 40,000 Jews, 10 academies, and 28 synagogues. As he goes on towards the lands of the lost tribes as opposed to those of the exile of Judah, the numbers only increase as befits the descriptions of Josephus, the letter of Prester John, and much else besides. According to Benjamin, there are hundreds of thousands of Jews in the city of Tema and 50,000 in Kabar alone, learned men and great warriors. There are 30,000 Israelites near Hamadan, a great city of Media, and 100,000 on the river Gozan. Ladies and gentlemen, 100,000 goes on, thousands in the Medes, all places the tribes were sent. They were still living there. Their descendants are still. How could they be in the Americas? How could they be the Native Americans when they are living in the same area where they were taken by the Assyrians? Game over. But you rather be friends with Native Americans and talk about James Adair and his fake foolishness, which was only here after colonialism, than try to build up African Americans and say, here, what? We need to find a way how to get out of this condition that we're in. Oh, let's live by the laws. So we are on a road to nowhere because it's all a lie. It's all this Hebrew Israelism is a lie. Just like how y'all teach Christianity is a lie, Hebrew Israelism is a lie. It's another wait and see program. What the Israelites could do, as I suggested in my great book, is pool together and buy an abandoned town and live on that town as a group, not as Sons of Israel or ISUPK or IUIC. Live as Israelites and go live over there. Since your God is protecting you, you don't have to worry about the U.S. government bombing you or doing anything to you because you are protected. You're part of the holy 144 in Revelations. So show and prove to us as Black folks, as African Americans, as whoever, that you are the people of the book, and buy an abandoned town and go live over there. You good to go. God got y'all. God got y'all. Period. And no prophecy came true. Ain't no prophecy. Stop that nonsense. But let me finish this last point on this. All
you
the
hear me?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Man, why is Nafali talking crazy in the chat like that, yo?
Oh, I didn't read your comments in the chat.
Can I read it? It said Garfield is fake and phony, racially appropriating Black people's culture. A lot of you guys are foreigners. She has lost her mind, yo.
Oh boy. Let me put her in time off of that. You need a time.
No, don't time out. That's a good comment. It show you why we need you. It's why we need you. Because maybe somebody younger than her will look at the show and say, let me check over Garfield. I don't believe him, I don't trust him, but at least let me check and see. And it changed their life, bro. They realize it changed their life, yo. Yeah, she's suffering, yo. That's why we here, though. We doctors. We doctors, yo. We not misappropriating anything. Just like when people start playing Egyptian, right? We ain't hold no cards, right? We not hold no cards back, yo. Not getting away with none of that. So we're not trying to make black. Look, we African Americans, right? At least I am, right? You know, you from the islands, right? And we respect culture, period, bro. We don't gotta take nobody else's culture. Like, I'm proud. I'm black and I'm proud. I don't gotta be an Indian. I don't gotta be an Egyptian. I don't even gotta be a West African, yo. My ancestors built this joint on their back for free. And despite all the racism, supremacy, and despite all the misinformation, and despite cutting us from the root, bro, yo, we here standing tall, bringing accurate information for our babies, yo. Despite that, yo, we here. And they just want to carry on the madness, yo. Come on, man. You don't say nothing negative about her. She flat wrong, crazy about evolution. Matter of fact, she's not even a real person because she got a whole wild idea about evolution. So she can't be real. She's never talking about real people. Real human beings, okay, are in a homogeneous family. Real human beings are Homo sapien sapien. Whatever she got in her mind, right, is wild. And so she's promoting herself as being some type of teacher. Now, I don't dislike her at all. Will never disrespect the sister. I think she's smarter than 95% of the men she around when it comes to talking that. But at the end of the day, yo, she up against it, bro. She up against the science. She up against scholarly articles. She's just up against it, man. And she in a losing battle. And now the AI, the chat GPT, wipe you completely out. Yeah, you ain't stand a chance.
Yep. Hey, let me just play this video by my brother Priest Daniel, just to make a point about where we got our information from. Anglo-Israelism. Let's take a look at this right here, family. This is very interesting.
Okay, he destroyed all their images, right? And the blacks that were living in England, Ireland, and Scotland, he rounded them up and sold them into slavery in the Caribbean and the Americas, and I can prove it, and I will in my 4-hour lecture. That's what happened to the images and us in Europe, as this is a fact, all right? Let's move on. I don't want to stay too long. Y'all get the general gist of this, and you'll see the slide again as we go on later. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, here's another one we want to look at, right? This is a question, without me giving too much away for the lecture coming up, this is a question that I have. The man that you're looking at on the screen is James III, okay? It says, will the real James III please stand up? So we have a question, we have a debate now. Who's really James III? I say the guy on the left is fake. I say the guy on the right is the real guy. The guy on the right is black. The guy on the left is a Caucasian. I say the guy on the right is the real James III. Who is James III? Well, let me break down the history for you. You had King James, the famous King James, the 6th and the 1st, right? He died. His son, Charles I, came into power, right? Charles I was beheaded by Oliver Cromwell, a guy we just read about, because he hated the Stuart family. He finally was able to get a hold of power, and he beheaded King Charles I, and Oliver Cromwell came into power. When Oliver Cromwell died, his son came into power, but his son was a coward. So what his son did was his son brought back the Stuart family, and you had Charles II that came and sat on the throne, which was the grandson of King James. Again, you had King James, you had Charles I, you had Charles II. Charles II died, and his brother came into power, James II, right? And after James II died, this guy on the screen, James III, came into power. My question to James White, and Vocab Malone, and all the rest of these clowns is, if King James was white, if Charles I was white, if Charles II was white, if James III was white, how the hell did they get a black grandson? Explain that to me. How the hell did they do it? I want to know. And this image is a real image. It's not something that somebody made up in a dark room somewhere. That is Charles III. And if he was already white, why did they feel the need to repaint the image and make it whiter? Because then you can look at that and you can see the Negroid features in the one on the right. The broad nose, the full lips, the brown face, the whole nine. That's a black man. And this is the great grandson of King James, who y'all say was white. So where did the black blood come from? Next slide, Brother Bussy.
Hey, Garfield, you got to pause that.
And just in case you think I made it up, you ever heard of Christie's auction house? They got a hold of the image of James III and they auctioned it off. So if the image on the right is not the real image, boss team, go back one slide real quick. Go back one slide. Christie's auction house auctioned off the black picture on the right as the authentic. So if the guy on the left, which is what Google Images is going to give you, if the guy on the left is really James III, then why did Christie's auction house auction off the black one on the right as being authentic? Go to the next slide, Basim. And this picture belongs to a private collector because, again, they don't want these images laying around for Negroes to get a hold of. But these things leak out and we get a hold of them anyway. So here we have the great-grandson of King James, who everybody says was white, being a black man. I want to know what y'all going to do. I want an explanation for that. I want an explanation for that. Y'all just insisted he was a white boy. I need an explanation in where this black guy come from the line. That's your homework. Next slide, Brother Basim. James III, pictured on the right, became king in 1701. He's the great-grandson of King James, the famous one, 1566, 1625. But again, how was this black man the grandson of King James I when historians say James I was a white man and his son Charles I was white? And why did they feel the need to repaint the image if he was a white man to begin with? It's the same image, y'all. See the leather thing on the left? You see the leather thing on the left shoulder? You see the armor? You see all that? They just changed it, changed the nose, changed the lips and everything, and the guy on the left looks gay too. I'm just saying. Next.
You know, when I saw this video, I laughed, right? Because, you know, y'all know me. I might not be the best debater, but when it comes to research, I'm top 5 dead or alive. So Daniel said that slaves from Ireland, England, Scotland were sold to slave owners, and that I need to see documentation of these slaves, insurance records, and whatever, right? But let's take a look at what he's saying, though. He says Oliver Cromwell and Thomas Cromwell are 2 different people. I don't know if he knows that. He actually made a mistake. All right. So he's copying a website by the name of
the crazy website where everybody black ever.
Is a white woman running the website, actually. Again, does Daniel have his own research? Yeah, Truthstorian. This is why Truthstorian is the GOAT. I'm going to tell you why.
Oh,
own research, or does he just copy off this website? Daniel has the nerve to tell folks how to research when all he has done is read from a website. What a joke.
You mean a website with everybody black, right?
This is the British king, right? Now watch this. So because they both are on the same armor, that means the pick is white.
Oh yeah, I see the right. That's that website right there, yo.
Yep.
No, you can't use
so that's
that.
his source. Now, ladies and gentlemen,
disqualified, yo.
Look at the website that they got the armor on, right? So this is a picture of Francois de Troyes and how much they sell it for.
That's real shit.
Y'all know I had to go find the real pictures and images.
That's real.
The image that he showed was this one. Let me show everybody at home what the picture looked like. Hold on one second. This is what it looked like.
Oh man.
It says portrait of a Moor in armor. Matter of fact, it was our great Asar Motep who could speak French actually translated this for me. It says portrait of a mulatto in armor. It never said it was King James III.
Of course not. Real quick, Garfield, I want you to know when you was playing the video, he described the guy. He said, watch this now. Why is it that our description of black people is the actual racist description? Look at him. He got the big nose. He got the big lips. Did he not say that?
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's a racial, racialized understanding of the diverse population in Africa. So whenever a person says that, yo, they definitely messing up because all black people, most black people don't even look like that. It's racialized term.
Look at this right here. Look at this right here. By the way, the guy who is the artist, Entourage of Francois de Troyes, if you look at his paintings, this one was 27,000 euros, right? Price realized. Look at all these other paintings. Look at how much they're being paid for. Look at them, 318,000. So this is Venus and Adonis. So that's worth more than a King James picture. It was King James' son. But anyway, let's get to the real images of King James, the guy who he's talking about. Because this is what the guy actually looks like. And in the biographical records, it actually describes him this way. If you really read it, look at him. That's how he looks. That's King James' grandson. But again, they are Anglo-Saxon, British Israelism with blackface. Everybody got to be black. The king's got to be black. The son's got to be black. Everybody got to be black. This is him again in NPR. Right here. And the guy on the left, he looks gay. I'm just saying. Yes, he is. He does, if you want to say that. But this guy here, let's look at this as a description of a black man.
Oh, he's still doing that? I thought he got off that after you beat him up on that. He's still on that?
The young man is above the middle height and very thin. He wears a light bag wig. His face is rather long. The complexion clear, but borders on paleness. The forehead very broad, the eyes fairly large and blue, but without sparkle. So this is a guy who has blue eyes and paleness. I mean, if you want to say he's black, go ahead, have it. Y'all could have that one. Y'all could have it. And this is clearly proved he was a white man. James III, Source Dictionary of National Biography. He goes into it also and talks about him being, of course, Caucasian. Now, as far as this is concerned, now this is what I'm gonna play. You want to say something else before I play this part? Because I gotta play it. This is very funny. You're gonna find this hilarious.
Oh yeah, all that's funny, yo. All of it is bad. It's bad information, man. It's actually disinformation at this point. Yeah, it's bad, yo. You corrected that a couple years ago, bro. I didn't know he was still doing that with the Black King James. And then you know those paintings of King James, right? They actually paid him to do that, and bro, you better not get it wrong. Simple as that, yo. Like they paid them painters, and they got to capture the image right, yo. They kill you if you don't. Gotta have it right. All that acting like you messed it up and they was really that. Nope. Nope. But go ahead, Garfield.
Now here goes one of my favorite fans right here. Why don't you jump on the panel?
Yeah. What? Yeah.
Jump on the panel.
RGG.
Jump on the panel. I bet you they won't.
Yeah, that's not research though, man.
Bet you don't research. Watch this now. Look at this, guys. And by the way, too, I made an error in the presentation. I call this King James' wife. It's actually his daughter. But watch this now. Here's another argument again.
Let's bring it a little closer to home, right? Now, stay with me, y'all. Elizabeth of Bohemia. She is actually the physical daughter of King James himself. It is through her that the Hanover dynasty, which came into power after the Stuarts, it is through her that the Hanover dynasty came into power. Now, the whitewashers couldn't get the lie straight. Did Elizabeth of Bohemia have black curly hair? Did she have red curly long hair? Did she have a red afro? Did she have red long curly hair like all the way on the right? I got that from Google Images. They can't even get their lie straight. They got this woman looking like 5 different things. You know why? You know why the images don't match? Because they're all lies. That's why. That's why. Because as we read before, Oliver Cromwell destroyed 97% of the art that was in England. So all of this is garbage. When you look to the right, this is a coin of Elizabeth of Bohemia. And you can see she has the broad nose, the full lips, and the afro. Why? Because she was a black woman. That's why. And the image still stands today on this coin, even though the other images were destroyed. All right? Now remember, I said it is through her that the Hanovers came into power, meaning through her line, the Hanover dynasty came into power. Remember, you had the Tudors, right? Mary Queen of Scots was the last of the Tudors. After the Tudors, you had the Stuarts, okay? And the Stuarts were black. After the Stuarts, you had the Hanovers, right? So now this woman is the progenitor of the Hanover dynasty. Let's look at some of the Hanover people, shall we? Next slide. This is Queen Charlotte Sophia. Now, if these people were all white, why do they go through so much trouble of whitewashing them? On the left, I went to Google Images and I got all these images of Queen Charlotte Sophia. Clearly, you could see that they just made her totally look like a white woman. But on the right, that's the real image of Charlotte Sophia. And it was painted by her personal painter, Alan Ramsay. And if you ask me, yes, I have the book. Yes. The image on the right is the actual image of Queen Charlotte Sophia. She is the wife of King George III of the Hanover dynasty that was ruling England in the 1700s. This is after the Stuarts, after King James. Still we was ruling. But they say that we just making this stuff up. Next slide.
Yo, listen, family. Hey, let me go ahead, my master teacher. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Cause listen, I'm gonna say this to y'all, man. They believe this shit.
Yeah, man, come on, Garfield, listen. Look, bro, like 13, 14, 15 years ago, that's how long that the website of all the shit he was using, yo, that's been there, right? And man, that's not scholarship, yo. Going to a website, the website got to be credible, yo. That's why we always use major universities or scholars websites, yo.
Yo,
right? It's not that easy, yo, to do what he doing, yo, just to make that shit up. If that's the case, yo, you can make them Chinese, yo.
That's his life's work. Look at this picture right here. You gonna tell me you gonna use this as a slide that's professional? Bro,
so
yo,
one down.
Look what they did to her nose, bro. They flattened her nose on purpose. Photoshopped it, my nigga. Dude, look at the lips.
No, they didn't do that, yo. That's a coin. Am I correct?
Yeah, but they did it to the coin.
No, I think it's just wore. It's just wore down, yo.
No, bro. I'm telling you, they did it. Listen. They did it on purpose.
Who did it on purpose?
Whoever did it on purpose. This is not what the original picture looked like. Her forehead is much bigger. Her lips is flattened. Look what they did to the lips.
Okay, are you familiar with the Hannibal coin?
Yes.
It's just wore down, yo. You get it?
I don't think this is worn now.
It's metal. It's just metal. It's a coin, yo.
Look at this. Question to Daniela. What is your source for this picture? It seems this picture is only on 2 websites. This is the website that it's on, African Resource, or this website. You don't find this picture nowhere else on the internet. You find the coin, or you don't find this.
All right, let's find a coin. Find a coin, go. They the ancient Roman coin. Man, the coins be wore down, man. Shit.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna find the coin in a minute. Give me a second. The picture coin might be legit until I see a primary source. It's difficult. The nose looks altered, right? Now, this is what she looks like.
No, but listen what I want to tell you. Yo, listen. Never acquiesce to a faulty premise, yo. What's the faulty premise? That the phenotype of black people is big noses and big lips. That's the wildest made up crazy thing ever, yo. That's not real. That's not what make you African, is big lips and big noses, bro. So the fact that that's all they got is wild. Rest my case, Garfield.
And this is a description of King James' wife, by the way, Anne of Denmark. Was at this time a beautiful girl. Even in later times, her white skin and yellow hair were admired through Osborne in his traditional memoirs. And then remember, she did the play, The Mask of Blackness, and she had to wear her blackface. So she was already black. She would need to wear blackface, just for the record. All right, let's get to this right here. This is Queen Charlotte. So Queen Charlotte, he said Alan Ramsay painted her. Alan Ramsay. Hold on. Let me do this real quickly for y'all, family, real quick.
Now we gotta ask about Charlotte Sophia was married to this guy right here. This is King George III. On the left-hand side, you see an image of George III that you can find on Google Images with ease. On the right-hand side, you see an image of who also is George III. That's the real image. That is a coin that was minted in commemoration of George III that was put on the penny in Barbados. So when they went ahead and they were destroying all the black art and putting up the garbage that you see on the left, as I said before, the coins still remained. It didn't get to the coins to destroy them. They weren't able to melt them all down. They were still in circulation. And luckily they've been found. And that guy on the left, on the right-hand side, is an image of George III. That's the real image of how he looked. Now, somebody's saying, nigga, how do you know that? How do you know that? Next slide. Well, you like Google so much, why don't you just type it in? I took a screenshot of a Google search, just so people wouldn't say that I just made it up. You type in Google images, George III, Barbados penny, and voila. They have the images of Penny from Barbados, and Google is telling you, if you're listening, that is George III. That's him, not the guy that you saw before. Hope everybody sees that, right? Now, if you look also, they throw in, at the bottom, second row, they throw in some other coins as well. But those coins are not ancient. They were not minted during the time of George III. When you do research, the coins that you see that look more Caucasian, these coins were minted later on, just so y'all know. All right, next slide.
The reason why I played this before responding to the other video where he spoke, remember when he talked about Charlotte, she had a personal artist guy called Alan Ramsey. The guy who actually drew George III in this picture is Alan Ramsey, the so-called fake image. It does show, as Unc just said, and I gotta stand corrected when my master teacher talks, man. He said, when you acquiesce to a faulty premise, you fall into a trap. You fall into a trap that you don't have to respond. So he's saying this image is fake. When the person draws Charlotte, remember Charlotte right here, Alan Ramsey. When Alan Ramsey draws her, she's legit. But when Alan Ramsey draws King George III, it's fake.
Right, crazy.
Craziness. So how does Garfield respond to this? First of all, we got to find out where this image come from. I don't think he knows Garfield is like this premier researcher. So this is actually Barbados. It's from Barbados. So what I did was I traced it back to where the actually thing comes from. It comes from so the black king is on a coin that says I serve. This is it's actually a black African man. All you had to do, Daniel, is follow a balanced approach. Instead of copying a website, did you check out Sir Philip Gibbs, who it is said to have privately commissioned the coin? So this is where, oh man, I don't know why my slides acting up like this. I got to do all this foolishness. But anyway, the penny was struck in 1788 for use in Barbados. The first coin to be used on the island. It is thought to have been privately commissioned by Sir Philip Gibbs, a local plantation owner, and is therefore considered a token rather than legal tender. The front or obverse of the coin has the profile of a black African man or woman with a plume crown above the words, I serve. The enslaved Africans had worked the sugar plantations of Barbados since the mid-1600s. The crown and the plumes are harder to explain. The plumes are usually associated with the Prince of Wales, whose motto is also I serve. This suggests the design was intended to be humorous or satirical. But anyway, it's definitely not that guy. So I decided to go to even another source. This is called the Guidebook and Catalog of British Commonwealth, the 3rd edition. And it talks about the different coins that they have and where they come from and all that stuff. So it looks like the Encyclopedia of British Commonwealth coins, over 185 countries. And of course, Sir Philip Gibbs, his own was found there, and it had nothing to do with George. In fact, when we look for coins all over, we actually found the African with a crown, all right, in 1788. But then I had to go out to James Atkins' book, The Coins and Tokens of the Possessions and Colonies of the British Empire. And guess whose picture I found? Whose picture is that? That's George III. That's his coin. That's his actual coin that he promoted himself. That's his. You want to use lookership.
Hey,
which one is it? Is it this guy or this guy?
Come on, man.
George III.
It's a coin, yo. And then when you put your images on coins, yo, you want your image to be perfect and all that. Like, come on, yo. We're not sitting here like we're a bunch of idiots following around people who just on purpose miseducate us, yo. You can't even have an intelligent conversation around that, yo. If you was on a business trip and took some people out to lunch, some clients out to lunch, and you try to secure a 500,000 account, you start saying they gonna say, "Is this man? Let's get away from this guy." That's not. We can't even substantiate this conversation.
Yeah.
Come on, man. We ain't looking at no coin acting like so. So now, so if King James and all of them is black and everybody is black, then what the hell are we talking about? Then what's the conversation? If all the Israelites is black and all the Egyptians is black and all the more and everybody is black, then so it's black people fault. Black people did this. Black people put the world in turmoil. If the Native Americans are black, you don't leave nobody but black people running around here messing up the world. So black people are horrible then. Think about that, Garfield. Everybody black, yo.
Everybody black. Everybody black. Everybody and their mama. I left the mama part out. Everybody and their mama.
Stop it. So how do white people come around? They just dove out the Caucasus Mountain. Bow.
So this is the guy that they bring out. This is the last slides I'm gonna show today, man. Maybe one of y'all have a question, but they like to use. This is something. The first time I went on Clubhouse, right? This guy came up and he said, what did he say? He said that, oh no, I got the wrong slides. Hold on, let me bring this back up. Where is this at? Let me bring this back up. The guy came off mic and said, Columbus said that Nazareth is America. And I said, Columbus said that. What are you talking about? Columbus said that. How could he say that? That don't make no sense. Why would Columbus say Nazareth is America? So Garfield, of course, it was something that I was researching actually that week. And I think what we fall into many traps because the Hebrew Israelite movement, because of YouTube, has gotten extremely popular. And I think a lot of people use information that is no longer accepted. But let's take a look at it though, by the way. The Jewish Encyclopedia and why they hold to that. It's that he says that Columbus says it. And I'm not against them saying it, but let's put it in context. All right. This is the Jewish Encyclopedia. And it does say the name of the land beyond the great river, far away from the habitation of man, in which the 10 tribes of Israel would dwell, observing the laws of Moses until the time of the restoration, according to 4 Esdras 1345. Columbus, it says, this is the Jewish Encyclopedia, bro. It does say it. Columbus identified America with this land. But being the horrible debater I am, but the great researcher that I am, it says right here, C. Kayserling's Christopher Columbus, translated by Dr. C. Groves. So now the Jewish Encyclopedia is saying Nazareth was said that it's the land by Columbus, but we have a source. He says, go to Kayserling. So I said, all right, let's go to, Garfield said, let's go to Kayserling. And what did Garfield do? Garfield went to Kayserling. Christopher Columbus and the participation of the Jews in the Spanish and the Portuguese. Ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't say it in the source that the Jewish Encyclopedia said. He won't say it. In fact, he never said it. The only thing he quoted from 2nd Esdras was 2nd Esdras 6 verses 42. He was also very fond of reading the Bible and the 4th book of Ezra, which was probably written by a Jew who lived outside of Palestine. According to one assertion, the incentive that impelled him to plan his discoveries was not a love of science, but his interpretation of the prophecies of Isaiah. He don't say nothing about America being Nazareth. So 2 things here. 1, Columbus never said it. And 2, the Jewish Encyclopedia is wrong. I need to actually write them a letter and tell them to take that out. It's wrong, misinformation. So when they argued me and I have to show them the actual source to win the argument, it don't say. The brother was loud on Clubhouse because Clubhouse, you can't share sources. So you got to tell him like, bro, well, let's read the source where it comes from. Let's read the source. So now, I do want to say there's this guy that they like to quote called James Adair. And
who?
James Adair.
Wait, but what kind of history is this though, yo? What the hell are we listening to here, yo? What is this? They done went from the Bible King James to prove what though? Hold on. What is this? Wait, what is this? An attempt to cut and paste together and with glue? What are they attempting to do, Garfield? Can you
You're
just
trying to
explain
say that the Native Americans are Israelites and all that stuff. But
so you go from.
So I have to go from places to places.
No. I'm saying I hear what you're doing because you follow him around the wild ass board. I'm saying, is this how you make just fuck it, just say everybody black. Excuse my language. Don't do all that. Just say everybody black and walk off and drop the mic. They should just do that, yo. Because at this point, yo, if you sitting there in the audience saying, hey man, they got a point, they right, then you need to go to school. Not high school, not college, but nursery school. Go to your local bookstore and get some nursery school books and start from there. Rebuild yourself up again. If you sitting here thinking that any of that make any sense, yo, you gotta tear it all down and start over again because you missed something. You just did. You missed something.
Dog catcher, come on, man. Jump on, man. Come on, dog catcher.
Not gonna jump on, because the jump on will show how crazy the whole thing is.
Yeah.
You didn't with the coins, you didn't with the Google, grab the image off of Google. Come on, yo. The wild website. You got to bring that website up though, yo. That's what you should do. Bring the website up, yo.
That website is wild, yo.
The famous website.
I want to talk about James Adair. I just want to get into James Adair real quick and just make a point to the people that are watching. James Adair did not even speak Hebrew. So how is he comparing a Native American language to something that he can't even speak? How is he comparing a culture which he's not even familiar with? How is he comparing a culture to another culture when he don't even know the culture to begin with? And we fell for that. How do we fall for that? And it just because you hear something that might agree with what you believe, you can't just jump out the window and say, yo, I'm a rock with this. This is the problem. James Adair made all these claims, and it's 23 claims. I just want to point them out. And he said the Indians are not from the lost tribes. This is something that's important because you guys are teaching that the Native Americans are from the lost tribes, and you use James Adair, but he doesn't teach they come from the lost tribe. How y'all do that? I don't understand the logics in that. Adair only agrees with Spanish sources when they agree with him because the Aztecs are considered cannibals. And I know you guys think they're part of some tribe. James Adair also is not familiar with Jewish customs to make a comparison. Adair did not know Hebrew. So how was he able to compare the language? He said it in his book. How did y'all miss that part? How? But y'all use this guy. Thomas Jefferson warned John Adams about James Adair's work. Call it a kink and to guard against his theories. Another thing about Columbus, the word Indian that we use comes from him thinking that he was traveling to India. He never thought he was traveling to America. So again, how could he think Arzareth is America when he didn't even know he was going to America? Come on, family. Where's y'all thinking caps at? It's crazy. England was considered one of the four corners of the earth. It was the last corner, hence letting back Jews, it would signal the beginning of the Messianic age. But I do want to say, this is why I went for these slides. The Europeans translated Indian stories with a biblical twist. So when my brother Yawasa debated me, and he said that, look at this story. All of this is after the colonialism, bro. This is what they're doing. The Jewish Indian theory in the Hispanic world. Several Spanish chronographers of the 16th century, most developing a similar argumentation, identified the Native Americans with descendants of the lost tribes of Israel. This is, for example, the case with Diego de Landa, who the relations of the things of Yucatan represents the oldest insight of extraordinary ethnographical quality into the Maya culture. Among other things, he reports that some of the older people living in Yucatan reported that they had been told by their elders that their land had been occupied by a human race which had come from the east and which God had led there by opening up 12 routes. Why it had to be 12? Because it's 12 tribes, right? If this was true, the consequence would necessarily be that all the inhabitants of the Indies had descended from the Jews. These translations of indigenous narratives into a biblical style can also be found in the work of Dominican Diego Duran, History of the Indies of New Spain. From the second sentence onwards, the author proclaims his conviction that the natives are Jews and part of the Hebrew people. He also insists on the factuality of their long and painful migration from unknown and furthest regions until they took possession of this land. Through following a method of meticulous comparison between Native American and Jews, he reveals obvious similarities concerning the way of life, their ceremonies, and so forth. All right, one more thing, and I'm
Garfield. So let's follow the yellow-white rule.
He said the yellow-white rule.
Yeah, that always trap black people. What white person, and I don't know this, you in the study, started the 12 tribe chart? I know it wasn't a black person, dog.
It was a European started it in Europe.
How did I know that?
Because
how did I guess that? I don't know this study like that. How did I guess that, bro? How was I able? And then what would be the reason behind them doing it? They trying to do what?
They're trying to find the 12 tribes.
And trying to verify the authenticity of the Bible, explaining all humans on earth. Am I correct in that?
Yep.
Okay.
It's called monogenesis versus polygenesis.
Okay. Oh, you know, that's my shit right there.
Right here. Let me
say
show
it
you.
Again, God, say it again. Say it again.
Right here. Hold on. Let me get you right here.
Say it again.
About polygenesis.
Right there.
Polygenesis versus monogenesis.
So,
right?
So Charles Darwin was a monogenesis, and the rest of the nuts was polygenesis. Can we rest assured on that?
Yep.
All right. Okay. There you go. So when they hollering about how racist Charles Darwin was, he was actually following his religious understanding that all humans came from God. It was one God, and he gave rise to one population. It was Adam and damn Eve, and that's it. Monogenesis. So he felt like that aspect of it, that the Africans was humans just like everybody else. Because remember, he the first person that said, all humans came from Africa. So all y'all blackologists and standing tall on being first, the person you hate the most is the person. You wouldn't even have known it without him. But carry on, Garfield. And he was a monogenesis.
Yeah, definitely. Let me get back to one more thing. People always ask this question: why would they hold on? Why would the hold on? Where is this at? It's right here. How did Indians possibly learn biblical? How did Indians possibly learn Bible concepts or ideas? Christian missionaries, Jews, European contact, translating Bible into Native American languages. So they had something called praying towns with praying Indians. Praying towns, the term praying terms generally refers to the Christian Indian communities set up by the Massachusetts Bay 1651 and 1674. Those similar settlements were created at Lorette near Quebec by the French at Mashpee and Plymouth Colony and up north at Vineyard. The Reverend John Eliot and other Puritan leaders believed that these towns would allow them to isolate and manage potential converts in order to completely change native ways. Because, of course, they feel like what? They're the ones that have the truth. They're the only ones. Everybody else is fake. The Society for the Propagation for the Gospel in Foreign Parts. And as Black folks in America and in Jamaica, we should know because they were spreading it in the Caribbean too. The Society for the Propagation for the Gospel in Foreign Parts was organized after Reverend Dr. Thomas Bray visited the American colonies and found the Anglican Church there in disarray. He obtained a charter from King William III to establish SPG as an organization authorized to send priests and school teachers to America to minister to the colonists and to take the message of the gospel to the slaves and Native Americans. Bible translations in Native American languages from the 16th century. See? Quechua was the largest language. So hell yeah. Yep. White Jews converted Indians.
Hey, Garfield, you know what I dislike about this whole thing?
What's that?
That African Americans, right? We if we don't know nothing else, we understand the struggle we went through, bro. And to actually dive in with colonial thought, scientific racism, and usurp the indigenous stories of where they themselves say they came from, to actually apply that to Native American populations, yo, and other people, yo, is crazy, bro.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying is, yo, like we know through the pain and the suffering, yo, through laws that was on the books, you can see the colored water fountain and the white water fountain. Even if you don't think that your ancestors was a slave, even if you caught up in the wild conversation, right? You can at least go back and see the fire hoses spray on people that look just like you, the kids that was marching. We see that. The public service, you know, they supposed to be public service people. They supposed to help us out. The police department, all of them was there. The police department was allowing German shepherds to attack these students, bro, in these marches. The fire department with fire hoses busting your skin open. We know what we done been through. Whether you think you that or not, you can see it. And then to turn around because now you want to be a Hebrew or whatever the hell they want to call themselves, right? And then misappropriate that idea on native populations. They wouldn't have had nothing to do with the Hebrew thing at all. It's pain and suffering at high levels, bro. And then we'll just grab a website. And most of y'all don't even know that we know what the damn website is. It makes everything black. We'll just grab a website and we'll just, talk crazy about Garfield. We ain't listening to him. He's just an atheist. He don't believe it anyway. And we'll just keep going miseducating people. Crazy, man. So I'm saying, if you sitting there listening to that, looking at that, and think that's valid, I'm going to tell you that I used to be a guy who should look at that and say, yeah, that's it. That was one of my favorite websites damn near 16, 17 years ago.
Yep.
So if you looking at that,
me
turn
too.
it down.
Hold up. Not you alone. Me too. 15 years ago. Yes. Which website is he talking about? He's talking about real. Hold on it. So I don't want, what is it called? Real history?
It ain't hard. Pull it up. You can easy pull that up. Just type in everybody black.
www.com. Yeah, it's ran by a white woman right here.
It is.
Right here. Hold on 1 second. And this is why Truthstorian is the gold. I'm about to get into Truthstorian right now. Where he at? Truthstorian, link up, man. Link up. This website right here, family. This website, I used to use this website all the time. So please, Daniela, don't feel bad, bro. I used to use this website too. I used to use this website for information. And then we found out it's a white woman that run it.
But Garfield, that's why sometimes, when people been around this thing long enough, right? It would behoove people that are younger coming into this, right? To at least pay some attention to what we're saying, yo. Don't just discount us, yo. Because, I'm saying like terminology. I put together terminology, right? So that I could recognize where I was at, like blackologist. You know what I'm saying? That's a term for me so that I know what not to do. Because that's what I was doing. I'm telling me and Seti, we was dedicated blackologists. Had the crowds roaring. Yeah, see, people don't know I've been through, I have empathy. I've actually got empathy, bro. Now, I don't think you got no empathy, Garfield. You don't give a damn. I don't think you got no empathy. But I got empathy. I'm actually saying, man, yo, that website had me looking crazy, yo. It allowed me to continue to look at crazy information and not be able to determine the difference. It's not until I got scientific delivery, yo, that I can process this, bro. Huh?
Look at this liar right here. I never learned shit. You're a goddamn liar, raw boy. Everybody was on that motherfucker.
Yeah, don't even worry about it. You know, look at the automatic. Look, hey, hit the automatic thing. Look, hit the button.
Hold up, hit that right now. Wait, hold
hit
on.
that. Hit the automatic thing. Here you go.
Right here.
If your information show up on this, you've been pseudorized. Tell me now. Scroll down. Go to the journal and hold on. Look. They just added that in. No, scroll the other way. The other way. We're gonna go to Journal of Nature. No. They got a Journal of Nature article name. No, go back.
Right here.
Yeah. What that say? Make that bigger. Let's read that. Cause what they're saying
for two founding populations. What are they talking about?
It say what?
Genetic evidence for two founding population of the Americas. This is from 2015. Wow.
Yeah, you know what that is. You understand that, right?
Yeah, that's the thing with the what you call them?
Paleo Americans.
Paleo, right.
Paleo Americans and the other Native Americans. Yeah, but that's fine. I think that the Paleo Americans got wiped out by
now. I gotta throw a shot at the Hebrew Israelites. So they're talking about people in the Americas.
Yeah, get them.
What it say? Years ago, family.
read that. What does it say, Garfield? Read it.
Native American descent partly from a Native American founding population that carried ancestry more closely related to indigenous Australians, New Guineans, Andaman Islanders, than to any present-day Eurasians or Native Americans. This signature is not present to the same extent or at all in present-day Northern and Central Americans or in the 12,600-year-old Clovis-associated genome, suggesting a more diverse set of founding populations of the Americas than previously accepted.
Did he cut the article off? So you don't know what the rest of the shit say. Listen,
your job is not to teach us; it's to cause confusion, man.
Yeah, it's to cause confusion, yo. So y'all should get that. We need to pull it up, Garfield. Hold on, put it back. I'm gonna screenshot it. That way I can read the whole article. That way we'll know.
Oh, you want that specific article?
Yeah. I want to read the whole thing and then see what the actual scientists.
That's old though. You read it live on my channel years ago.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, you read this live years ago. But go ahead, click it.
I got it. Go ahead.
All right, cool. Yeah, man. But if you ain't read this part of this website, you ain't been to the conscious community. I tell you that.
You ain't there yet. Hold on, go back. What's that? Whoa. Yeah, man. There you go, man. If you ain't in this website, yo, you're not fulfilling your dedicated blackology property.
Right here. This is the blackity black right here, baby.
All right, what they got?
Man, Incas was black, and
there you go.
Black Britain. Hold on. Black Britain. Let's get it.
Yep. Get them. There you go. Hell no. Look. Anything.
Man.
See, that's where they get it from, yo. That's where the people teaching y'all get it from. They sneak y'all. Y'all don't even know about this website. They sneak you. You think they doing something slick.
You trying to say only 456 people went to England? Oh man, look at that. Oh man. Note that in 374 years, Britain, France, and Holland bought 456 African slaves in total. Wow.
Freeze right there, Garfield. You got a comment and say, why are Hebrew names on slave manifestos? Because you don't know what you're talking about. That's why.
All right, let's go. I got to bring up the slides for that one. Hold on.
Get it. Go get them.
Got to bring it up.
Get them. See, they behind, yo. They don't know we ain't been...
Yeah, we've been doing this, yo.
Doing this, yo, at levels. You wish you could reach that level of fucking up. Excuse my language.
Hey.
Crazy.
Yep.
You got the website. The website.
He's about to get. I bet you he won't come on stage.
Nope, he's not.
He's about to get the surprise of his life.
No, he's gonna ignore it. It's gonna be in front of his face, though. He's gonna ignore it, though.
Oh man.
You'll say confusion. God is not the author of confusion, the Bible says.
Let's get this right here. Who said that? Who's the person that said that? Why are Hebrew names on the manifest? That's
Idalam. Whatever the hell.
Oh, they had Ngosi's name on the flight manifest. Yeah, Ngosi's name on there.
Egyptian Kemetic names on the boat, bro.
Yeah, you got Ptah on that motherfucker too.
They got Paul on there. They got Ptah.
Yep. Hey, to the brother in the audience, first and foremost, right? These is only 822 names with YAH in them. Does that mean that's the only Israelites that came? That would be my first.
Nothing to do with that, though.
Then the second thing is, what does Nyamoli mean? Enya or Inya. Are these actually Hebrew words? What are they trying to do? So let's take a look at this though, because to the right, they have a thing where they say click for more. So when you click for more, you see the actual names that it appears on the registers. So if you see Normabe, or Nyamoli, it has to do with actual pronunciation and what people are documenting. Because guess what? This is the biggest dagger out of all of it now. None of these people with these names came over here on slave ships.
Oh, wow.
None of these people. They left from one part of Africa and went to another part of Africa. Right here. See?
Oh.
Embarkation Bunny, which I think is in Igbo, to Freetown. See? So when you press the view button on the African origins, it tells you the name, and they're trying to figure out how it was pronounced and all that stuff. I got emails from the slavevoyages.com. So all these people with these names, 822, never came to the Caribbean, never came to America, never came to Canada, never went to Europe. They went from one part of Africa to the other part. And what's the most important thing? The date, 1821. This was during the illegal slave trade. This was way after 1808. So they stopped the ship and sent it to Freetown. So they left from one part of Africa.
Sierra Leone, that's where that's at.
Yeah. Went from one part of Africa to the other part of Africa. So there you go, bro.
No, they caught that that spaceship, yo. What you talking about, yo? Yeah, they caught the light.
Yo, I can't believe y'all say y'all learned shit. Y'all was using that website. Y'all crazy as fuck.
Yo, get out of here. Stop trying to
act like Rob on, because you was definitely
use it.
You never saw me use that.
Hey, Rob on, stop.
Website.
You never seen it.
You gave me that website, Rob on.
I ain't never give you that shit.
You gave me that website. I'm gonna get the post right now.
Nope.
Keep playing.
Yeah, go get it. I double dare you, triple dare you.
Let me ask you this, man. Is Truthstorian the GOAT, man? I'm gonna tell you why I say that. Two arguments.
He been the GOAT. You gonna ask a question and then say it? He been the GOAT.
When he laid out the Hanseatic League and the Ottoman Empire cutting it off, and the Portuguese exploring, which led to that crazy, the Adahu the Moor story. I think that was the greatest thing he ever taught, ever. Because that explains why the slave trade happened. We ain't got
you've been fighting that shit since day one, bro.
Go ahead.
You've been fighting against it. You want to use the Bible and talk about Babylon and it was Judahtown since I told, yo, bro. You didn't want to see it. Like Ankh sees the light now too. Ankh sees the light.
No, hold on.
African American culture.
Freeze.
Hold on.
What light is I'm seeing? All right, go ahead. Explain.
I'm
get to it. Tell me what light I seen. Go ahead.
Used to call our shit. I used to do little Black History facts. That's the shit you used to say. And I used to say, get out of here with that million years ago shit.
Your phone
I'm
broke up.
I'm just telling the story. Oh, come on, let me tell the story.
No, I said your phone broke up, my nigga.
Oh, my bad. Oh, I said, oh yeah, that stuff you used to call little Black History facts. All right, and then we would laugh and say, I don't give a fuck when I was a fish, and then we would laugh. But now we all come full circle. Now, this identity crisis can only be answered through our people and actual history, the culture. You can use science, yeah, you can do that, but they ain't trying to hear that.
All right, hold on.
Now Garfield has seen the light. You don't never gotta open up that goddamn Bible to destroy that shit.
No, hold on. I think you mischaracterizing. At no point did I ever think that teaching African American history was not super valuable. I felt it was just important at what I was teaching. I just used to make the argument, damn, yo, we doing both. Y'all got one part of the time period. I got another part. Y'all was the ones in opposition and could not understand evolution to save y'all souls. It wasn't never me. I always agreed that shit was tight. But I knew it was a serious study. And I said, I'm not getting to that because I didn't disrespect it. Y'all actually disrespected what I was teaching because it's serious. And now y'all seen the light. I always knew you was valuable, my nigga. It never was a time I didn't think that. I just know you was fucked up on what I was talking about. I never dove into y'all shit. See the difference? I'm a KG veteran there, yo. Understand the difference, bro.
Man, listen,
yeah, bro.
Bro, since I came through this bitch, I've been talking about West Africa, bro.
Lying. You can't be
Ask
talking about
Garfield. I didn't meet you first. Ask Garfield what I was talking about. We talking about 2014. Ask him what I was talking about.
He was an Egyptomaniac. Let's not leave that out.
Egyptomaniac. Get the video.
first.
No, hold on.
Matter of
Wait a
fact, I
minute.
got this file right here where he said,
yo, look.
Get the video. He on the corner, yo. Get the video.
Hold on. Time out. Let's
Get
give
the video.
hold on. Before we go there, let's give Truthstorian his props though. Because two things. The argument, the conversation that we had in the back chat about Jews coming off the slave ships is because of him. We was arguing against the shit, saying, what the fuck you talking about? And he was like, nah, nigga, show me a nigga coming off this ship with that Hebrew bullshit. So that's where we got that shit from.
No, that's where you got that from.
And
Nigga,
that's hold on. And these Hebrews be scrambling ever since for the last what is it, 10 years?
Go.
It's been 10 years these niggas scrambling. This nigga now he coming out with a video with this bullshit with them Muslims crazy shit. 3 days, 3 times a day praying and all this foolishness. But I'm saying that nigga is the GOAT for them two conversations. The Hanseatic League plays a major role because the Portuguese had to find another way to make money. Because remember, this book that Ramon gave me right here, I got it right here. This book right here called The Jews and the Expansion of Europe.
Who gave it to you? Hold on. Who gave it to you? Did Unc give that to you? Oh, no, I just wanted to make sure.
Hold on. This book talk about how the Portuguese was mad that the Jews, they kicked the Jews out because they had no money. They was trying to bring them niggas back. So this book here explains and adds on to the exploration of the Portuguese from the 14th century, how they trying to make money. Then that fucked up Prester John story had them niggas end up on the west coast of Africa looking for stupid ass gold with Prester John who never existed. That's how the Adahu, the more shit add on to the shit. But that's how we end up in the condition that we're in. That's the startup. Go ahead, Ramon.
Yeah, Prester John.
No, it was on Unc. It was on Unc, unless he left.
I'm trying to make a point, yo. I don't know what route y'all got to the slaves on the ship, nigga, but you can go to the damn slave. That ain't even the one I'm talking about, the one you pulled up, Garfield. Don't get me started. I can go back to the Real Black Atheist show, yo, and on Comcast, nigga, and I was lighting they motherfucking ass. I've been lighting them. I lit them up so hard that I don't even fuck with that shit no more, to be honest with you. So I've never denied the work that Truthstorian and Rawborn did. You ain't never heard me talk. Them niggas was mad at me, fighting me over Charles Darwin. Me and Truthstorian cussed each other out over motherfucking Darwin. It wasn't me. Nigga told me that Charles Darwin wasn't wasn't this. I was like, the fuck out of here. The fuck you. I don't know what you talking about. So I never met them in their space and fought them on their shit. Except when we went with the Nation of Islam. That was an easy kill for me. Them niggas was a call.
That wasn't no kill. That wasn't no kill. Hold on. We got to get a timeout. We got to get a timeout. We got to get it. We got to that out. Hold on. We got to get this a timeout. No, it wasn't just a code. That wasn't. I don't have a problem with you saying that. No, it wasn't just a code. No, I don't have a problem with you saying that whatsoever. I don't care about that. It's the only time we ever fought. No, son. You said that they never did nothing for the larger African American community. That's what you said. No, I did a video. You with that? Hold on. No. Hold on. Wait a minute.
We don't need to go right now, though.
No, we playing around.
We go that. Worried about it. We're talking about Truthstorian and the conversation. Let's get that out the way for.
Yeah, we're gonna get back to that. We're gonna get back to it because it all ties into it. Listen, I just want to get this out here. I have a video up that you never responded to, bro. Who? Got like 3,000-4,000 views on it right now, sitting there. About this very conversation.
No, that was you started that conversation. You changed it to what you wanted to fight about.
Yeah,
that's when I tapped out.
All right, go ahead, go.
Go ahead, yo.
Hold up, let me get Gullah in here. Gullah, what up, Gullah?
What's good with it, yo?
I'm here chilling.
I ain't gonna lie though, Rob Boy. When I first seen you, you had a fitted on with a big old unk on it, yo.
Right.
I'm like, look at this dude. I'm like, look at this dude. He gypped your money. I would put some left after.
Oh shit! No, you didn't. Leave my nigga alone, yo. That was my.
Hold on, Gullah. Yo, Gullah. Hold on. Time out. So yeah, I had that on because when I came around, it was the Hebrews versus the Kemet, and I was like, oh, I fuck with Kemet because I've been studying that prior to me. I'm alright. That's cool. Niggas never heard me say.
I was clowning both of that shit back then. When I was with the team on.
You never heard me trying to metaphysical nothing.
I don't know about no metaphysical shit. I don't know about that with Rob on. I don't know about all that.
Hey, yo, you can't even play that. Yo, you lucky you
These
can't play
niggas
that
think
video. We on 125th. Hey,
I said, yo, these niggas, I said, yo, these niggas
tell the
think,
truth,
I said, yo,
Rob.
bro.
Real quick.
Let me get this last
Hey,
part out.
Rob, tell the truth, yo. We're gonna play the video. Don't lie, yo.
When it goes, he was on the street. Hey, that's when it goes, he was on the street, yo.
Don't
Yeah, we
lie.
have to. Hey, that's what we had
Don't
to back chat.
Like that. Nah, I ain't gonna sell a Rob on like
Yeah,
that.
he playing, yo.
Yo,
He
y'all
playing,
can't
yo.
hear me?
Hey, go up here. You was Team Osiris, then we had to back chat then. You
Yeah,
know that,
come on, yo. Stop.
Y'all can hear me? Yo, mic check.
You weren't there yet,
Here
yo.
he pick up blog talk now. Here he go.
Yo,
You
y'all
weren't there
can hear
yet,
me?
yo. Yo, you
Y'all can
weren't
hear
there
me?
yet, yo.
Yeah,
Y'all
go
hear
ahead,
me, right?
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a year later, I found out that these dudes think they commissions. I took that uncle. Y'all ask him. Yo, bro, all of my Facebook friends left because I was like, yo, son, these niggas is just like Hebrews. Nah, I can't fuck with this shit. They not just studying the history of Ad. They think they these
Gotta
niggas. They
admit it,
they
yo.
just like Hebrews, bro.
The only way we can get better is admit it. That's why I admit it. You gotta admit it, yo. You Egyptomaniac, yo.
Nah, son, I never was,
He was
son.
an anti-evolution.
Bro, I'm 5%er, son. I came in here like that. The first video you ever saw me, the first video you ever see me on, is the first video you ever.
Rob on the
Yo.
5% of shit. I know that's your heart, yo, but they slap crazy with their doctrine.
That's
just like
cool.
everybody else.
Yo, brother, listen, that's the point. I'm cool with it, but I will take any question to tell you what pseudo and was not. How many videos did I do this on side of the channel, bro?
What pseudo was not. Once the water tainted, yo, it's non-cipher. The way
No,
demons coming to being.
no,
on,
bro, no,
Come on,
son.
yo.
Brother,
See,
listen,
Joker,
listen. I'm gonna say one thing to you, son, so you can understand this real clear, right? This is real clear to you. When you see something that says this one thing, the answers to these questions are near correct. When I first saw that, I was like, "What this mean? Ain't this supposed to be 100%? What do you mean near correct?"
Oh man,
that right there let me know that, son. And
let you know what, yo. Let you know
that's what
they
led me
got
to
it
my
wrong,
science.
like every other black
Yo,
group,
bro, I'm cool with
except
that.
niggas that was scientifically literate, yo. They got it.
Yo, brother, I'm cool with that, son. I don't have an
That's
issue.
your heart, boy. All right, let me get
Nah,
off
brother.
that, yo.
Nah,
Go ahead,
I'm cool with it. Yo, bro, I can tell you that Yaku is fake. Shabazz fake.
Yeah,
I'm
yo,
cool
you
with
talking Yakub, yo, you ain't even in the conversation, yo.
Yeah, I'm cool with all of that. All that shit is fake.
That group was officially smashed out, yo, in the hearts
No,
and
it's
minds of
not
those who
smack. Yo, brother, listen
it
to what
can't
you.
grow in an environment with signs, yo.
Yo, listen to
it
what
can
you
only
just.
grow in an environment of ignorance, bro. I'm
That's
just telling you
cool.
real
I
shit.
understand all of that.
You not even there, Rob Born?
Yeah, I am there. What are you talking about? I
You
go to the
was not
school all
there,
the
Rob
time.
Born. No, I'm saying you
What
not
are you
there with the
talking about?
pseudo shit, Rob Born.
Bro,
You
listen
not
to
with
what
that.
Yo,
Rob
listen,
Born,
son.
you saying you with that, Rob Born?
Yo,
You think
brother,
Yakub
I
the
need
biggest
you.
scientist?
No, bro. Why you not listening to me, bro? You keep cutting me off, son. Bro,
trying to explain the unexplainable.
Bro, I'm not trying to do none of that.
I'm giving you a compliment. I'm saying you fight for something you don't even fuck with. Is what I'm saying.
What you mean I don't fuck with? I'm a 5% until I die,
No,
nigga. What you talking about?
No, you not.
Hey, yo, son, you wildin', son.
You not.
Yo, if you gonna let me have this conversation or not, bro? Are you gonna? Are you gonna? Listen, I'm cool with it.
Chill, Rob.
No, so I just want to just get this point out. That's all,
Yo,
bro.
how Yakub not real, yo?
Hold on, let me get this last point out. Then we done with you.
Let me get this point out. This is just to what you just said. That's why I made that video that says those who do not know don't say. That's the name of a book. It says Rob Born reprimands Ankh. You never respond to that because it's talking about history. Yo, hold on. Can I finish, brother,
yes,
please?
Sir. Go ahead, brother.
You said this shit been stomped. You said this shit been stomped out. These were your words. But 4 years ago, right there on 126th Street, the mayor, the city councilman, and all of that come over there to name the street Allah and 5% of square. If something is stomped out, that wouldn't do that. The community couldn't back it because it's not just about this pseudo information you talking about. It's about what they doing. They promote science, man. They promote people getting trades. Now, is there pseudo information in there? Facts. I don't deny it. But for you to say that something is stomped out, is out of here, that's crazy. So the mayor is pseudo. The city councilman is studio.
I'm sure they are.
The community.
I'm sure the mayor is.
I know.
I don't trust with science information.
I know.
Respond to that, man.
I know.
Let me respond. I need to respond to it.
No, you not ready.
Hold
You
on,
not
hold on,
ready, son.
hold on, listen.
You
So
not
I
ready,
will
son.
hold on for you. Out of the kindness of my heart, I'm gonna respond to you. Since you think I just wanted to leave it alone, yo. I ain't gonna beat you up on that shit, so I just left it alone because you my man, but you pushing the line hard on
Yes, I want to push the line, son.
Let me finish.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to tell you, Rawborn, is when I say stomped out, I mean in the next generations ain't gonna never push that shit like that no more. Because they too literate these days. Your shit gotta be tight now. That's all I meant. I'm saying like the Dr. Ben book, you can't push Dr. Ben book no more. You can't. Even the shit he got right, you know what I'm saying? We can go to textbooks and get the clarity. So although the nation gods on earth may have been a stepping stone, I'm saying I liked them better than the motherfucking Nation of Islam, my nigga. Don't get it fucked up. I like the lingo, the way they said it. But I'm saying when you put that dirty ass coat up against some science show, it's gonna look wow. So I don't want to do it. I'm saying the youngins, my son don't know what the hell that shit is. My daughter, nobody know. I'm saying it's fading. But that's okay, bro. You can keep it alive, but don't make me respond to that video, Raw. You know you my man, yo.
I want you to.
For what? What was it about? Tell us what it was about.
Hold on.
I want you to, brother.
What was
We
it about?
good though. We good.
Yeah, man, Raw good. But what was the video about, bro?
I'm gonna send you the video later. Hey, listen.
We're gonna debate it. Let's debate it. Hell with that shit. I'm tired of Raw.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, everybody listen to that. Garfield, you heard what he said, Garfield.
Yeah, you heard.
This man has been running from me for a decade.
Nah,
I knew
I I could get him to say I've been running.
Look. Here we go. Look.
Running.
Garfield.
I've been running.
I want you to keep it a buck with me since we going down history lane. I used to be in that Army Rock Squad group doing what?
Debate.
And I'd be like, yo, what's up? I debate Wujawa every fucking day. These dudes were so scared of me that they called me on the stage with the whole Army Rock Squad. Now y'all all of them motherfuckers. And I'm like, yo, son, why we can't never do the one-on-one, son? Why you need 8 dudes to debate me? Brother you don't want the smoke. I told you I'm a killer. You not a god. You not gonna kill this god. You can't kill me. But we gonna keep it like that and move the show along.
No, we ain't gonna move nothing along. I want to ain't moving nowhere. What's the narrative? Let me show y'all what the narrative is. What's the narrative? This is the normal narrative. Unc is running behind people. They always say I'm always hiding behind somebody.
Yep.
They always say it. So when a new nigga, blase, I ain't gonna say the nigga name, he that new, blase said it. I was like, but that's them niggas area, dog. Why you gonna make me step up on somebody else's area?
I agree
I'm
with
not
you.
stepping on nobody's
Okay.
toes. Listen, that's why I never fought y'all niggas over y'all shit. Because I don't step on toes that I know is crispy. I always knew y'all had the crispy shit, yo. You know it. You already know it. NBK, nigga. All day, every day.
Yeah,
crispy,
I agree,
nigga.
bro.
All
That's
right.
cool, bro. But that's what that. Okay. So when you review that video, that's what it's about.
No, I gave you a break when you messed up the Charles Dome and all that, and you just.
No, there is no break. I didn't know evolution, and I told you. I'm gonna tell it to you again.
We'll take that out the video then.
I'm gonna tell you again, son. I'm gonna tell you again. The first book I ever read up north was Civilization of Barbarian. I'm gonna keep telling you that. I skipped all of that shit. I didn't. I went all the way to the beginning of the city state.
So why you?
When I used to read, I'm telling you why. Let me explain myself.
Because I skipped it too. I'm just saying everybody.
Yeah, the reason I skipped it is when I saw on the first 2 chapters he was talking about the Piltdown man, and I was like, oh, this shit fake. Now,
yo, your connection.
Oh, my bad. I just cut off. I said I don't come from that shit. What are these dudes talking about? I want to know what my people did. I want to know what did we do? How did we build civilization? That was more interesting to me. That was just my preference. So I read Dr. Bad Boy. When the beginning of that book, he started talking about Anthropologius and all that. Fuck out of here with that shit. Where is the black man in what we did, yo? I don't know about none of that shit. I want to know about that. That's always been my interest. That never was my interest until I came into this community. You put me on about the skin mat, and Gozi put me on about DNA. I had to study DNA because of my lessons. I'm like, yo, what are you talking about genes and germs? What the fuck is that? Yo, what is this Meldon theory and what is this? So it forced me to do that. It forced me to look into certain things, but that was never my thing because I don't like it. I just wasn't feeling it, son.
Yeah, me neither. But
And Garfield threw me under the bus. I'm never gonna let that shit go. I didn't know what the hell a Timo Cybers was. He started going on the chat, doing whatever he's doing. I'm in the back, Consul up there, this fast talking dude. I've never seen him before. You know, you gotta know the MT35 and the EM38. What the fuck? Yo, son, hold on, my nigga. Slow down. Where's the missing link? He ain't even be like, yo, that's my man. He just sat there and touched it. He said, yo, son,
What's
he
the
said
name
he
of the
don't
video?
know me. He said he ain't know me.
Cause ain't nobody know you, nigga.
Yo, Garfield said he ain't.
Let me pull Raw Ball down for a second, man.
He putting nigga down.
He talking too much shit right now.
Yo, Garfield said he didn't know me.
can't hear you.
I'm gonna play the video tonight, yo. It's a video.
Your signal's bad. Your signal's bad.
Hey, Garfield, it's one of the great. It's got about 200,000 views on it, yo. It's the Amaral Squad. It's the Amaral Squad. Yo, we go outside, we smash out Seti.
125th.
Yeah, the last nigga to speak on that video is Raw.
Yo, why you gonna play that? You messed up. Man.
I'm not debating this guy. You hear me, man? I'm gonna play that. That's the debate.
Debate's over.
That's the first time I met that nigga was about, I say this nigga about 250. That nigga big. I was like, damn, that's a big nigga right there. I was like, I'm gonna leave him alone. I say, I'm at to really fight this nigga. I'm gonna leave him alone, but he sound crazy.
I pull Unc in the corner. I said, yo, man, I ain't trying to hear that monkey shit. He said, hold on, nigga. You talking too fast. You doing some New York shit. You talking too fast.
Yo, what you talking about, nigga? Hold on.
Yo, the way how Ngozi talk fast, you think that nigga from New York?
Nigga, we in New York. I'm in this nigga town. I was like, man, these niggas, we was surrounded out that bitch. We was rocking though, yo. Y'all go back and look at that video. That's like the greatest concert.
That was the funnest time I had with this shit,
nigga.
bro. And there's one person that got the video, the whole video, but we never got it, bro.
That was HOK at its peak.
That's when it was it. That's the shit right there. We gotta bring it back. Gotta bring that back.
You ain't never bringing that back. That ain't happening. That shit has sunken, nigga. $2.99 debates now, nigga.
I don't know about all of that part, but you know what I'm saying?
$2.99 debates now. $2.99 debates now, nigga. That's over, nigga.
Hey, Garfield. Look, Harlem in my heart, nigga. HOK in my heart, nigga. What y'all 25th, nigga? Oh, I love Harlem, nigga. What you talking? Nigga, hold on. I can go to Harlem, yo.
Yo, that's where I met
brother.
Hold up, that's where I met Monique at. Monique, remember that day, the first day I went, I saw Netta, 2015.
I remember.
That's when I met Mo.
Of course, nigga.
I don't know if he knows. I don't know.
I had to push your ass in front of that camera and dive out the way. I gave you my left.
Q-Butter, what up? He HOK. He denying it. He HOK. He denying that shit now.
Yo, let me tell you something, Unc. I'm gonna put you on. I'm gonna put you on the sign right now, Unc. Yo, Unc, I feel you, brother. I'm gonna tell you what else should be in your heart. I'm gonna put you on the sign.
Who that?
You see?
Hold on, Rob. Is that
all right, what up?
Yeah, what's up, bro? Yeah, let's make
Oh, don't come in here talking that EM2 shit.
What's up, bro?
Yo, peace, Ngozi. Please. Hey, yo, Unc, I want you to keep. I want to know if you observed something because you very observant, right?
Hey, what?
All right, since you was digging up 125th. Yeah, every time we was over there, son, and we go against that wall with that gate that everybody talk about, and you know it's two other gates that we could talk in front of, right? Besides that one.
Right.
What was sitting at the top of that gate? What was sitting at the top where we have to stand? Where he always makes us stand in this one spot. I want you to tell me what's on top of it.
You got cameras, you got gates, and you got cameras.
That camera is pointed directly at where we only talk at. Oh my nigga.
I was telling you the other day. Yep.
You down. We all logged in, my nigga. That's all I'm gonna say.
I know, yo, but I wasn't breaking no law, nigga. I'm teaching, yo. Put that shit on camera, show the world, nigga. Go ahead, yo.
I hear you, my nigga.
Yeah, nigga, I ain't breaking. I ain't hustling, nigga. I ain't selling no dope out there.
Hold up. On a serious note, though, was that during the time of the Black Identity extremist shit?
Yeah, son. I noticed it. The only time I noticed it was that time I had that shit with the Vortex dude when I had to hem his ass up. That's the only time I knew about that. And he's like, yo, chill the camera. And I looked, I said, oh shit. Bro, this shit been facing us the whole time. Wow, why we just getting moved down away from this shit?
We all one breaking law though, yo. So why you worrying about it?
All right, man. I'm just gonna leave that out there.
I know why you ain't breaking. I ain't know what you was hustling. I ain't know you was hustling out there, yo. I ain't know. Dang.
Yo, man, and Gozy is the Asia. Hey, Gozy is the Asiatic black man. He's down with my team. What you want, huh?
Oh man, Gozy was out there on that one. That was a great one right there, yo. If y'all wasn't out there, yo, you missed it, yo. I don't know if it'll ever get back to that no more. That was spectacular.
Yo, man, stop saying, yo, bro, it's a new time, man. Get out of here.
Man,
New era.
Saying, yo, that's but it's an institution though, yo. I always felt like the House of Conscience was an institution to me, yo. Y'all niggas might get mad. I get it. The shit got fucked up, but yo, certain people came in and put their motherfucking web on the motherfucker.
I can agree to that.
Yeah, yo, but you know that shit was for everybody, yo. You know what I mean? Like we spoiled it. That shit was love, yo. I mean, what else could it have been, yo? It was, and then it generated money for everybody, yo. So you fuck up institutions like that, yo. Come on,
It
yo.
ain't generating no money for me. I never came in here for no money. I didn't come in here for no money.
You was standing out there for free. Gozy went out there for free. I went out there for free.
I live over there, son. That's the point.
Yeah, y'all was done. Yeah, you might have a different.
I don't have nothing to do with that. I never came in this for no money.
Hey, you right. Yeah, that's your fault. That's what you get.
I wasn't trying to make
that
money.
Nigga ain't trying to hear that shit. Pay that nigga. Nigga, hey, we're not debating for free, nigga. We done did that. We done been through all. See, that's the difference, though, yo. We done been through all the fights.
Everything? I'm gonna tell you what fucked up everything.
No more, huh?
When COVID came, and I said I'm gonna do some debates online.
Yeah, you fucked it up.
And folks saw that we could make money, and I was willing to pay everybody an equal share of the money. That's what fucked everything up for some people. Because
everybody don't deserve the equal share, though, nigga. This is the real world.
But sometimes everybody gotta do something. You're taking time out of your day to study and do research.
Not listen to you. That sounds crazy.
Imagine I do a debate with Ngozi and I say I'm paying niggas and I pay Ngozi 5%. Out of all the money I make, I'm paying you 5%.
Okay, that's ridiculous too. Then that's all ridiculous.
What I'm saying. So how we going? All right. Look at it this way. When I did the debate with Damon Richardson and Richard Carrier, I gave Damon Richardson 40% of whatever was made. I gave Richard Carrier $300.
Okay,
$300. A lot of people think Richard Carrier getting all this money. Richard Carrier's getting 100.
No, he didn't care. He don't want all that money. He just want to beat niggas up. He don't care about that. Yeah, Richard Carrier don't care about that.
Yo, and Gozy, man, what's going on? Asiatic black man was popping, bro. He just be quiet down, bro.
Leave my Muslim alone. Leave my Muslim brother.
What you talking about, man? Y'all don't want no smoke. Me and Ngozi against all of y'all. Subject, why you up here? You ain't a part of this.
What subject? What subject?
You're not a part of this subject. What you doing up here?
He's a newbie.
Nah, he not a part of this. I'm round. Yo, you missed it. I'm round Cedric up the other day. I'm round Cedric up the other day. You would have been like, my God.
I know why my presence scares the hell out of you, closet Christian.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Hold on. Time on.
Yeah, we gotta get back to Truthstorian, bro.
Hold on. Ngozi, what up? What's up, bro?
He probably stepped away or something. Yeah, he stepped away probably.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that.
Hold on, y'all. Stop. Wait. You right though, yo. You gotta get back to True Story, yo, because he a pioneer. See, I'm always respecting pioneers, right? So the nigga is definitely a motherfucking pioneer. He went from pseudo to pioneer. See, you gotta be a pseudo first, yo.
Yo, when was he pseudo?
He was, nigga. Ask him, yo. He was a Nuwapian, yo. That's pseudo. He was.
Nah, he wasn't on
Nah, he
Nuwapian.
wasn't on Nuwapian. Nah.
Was
He was
pseudo? Ask him, yo. He was.
okay.
Now, by the time he started teaching, no, he wasn't. Hold on.
I used to tease him. I used to tease him and say that. No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
No, he wasn't. No, he was. Yo, ask him, yo.
He
But
was.
no,
He
wasn't on Nuwapian. He was part of
Asset Society. That's what he was.
That's pseudo, nigga.
Yeah. Okay,
no,
but don't put that Nuwapian shit. You not gonna throw that Nuwapian shit on us?
No, okay, yo, but he said it.
Shit. You ain't throwing that shit on us.
Yo, ask him.
So we talk every day. I see him every day.
No, let me say this though, yo. Listen, he never taught that shit. I never said he taught it, but I'm saying the emphasis is on he was a pioneer in his lane, yo. You know what I'm saying? And I always felt like you was his top notch motherfucking general, nigga. You was that. You definitely moved the needle, and y'all was a great ass team right there, yo. So, but pioneers in what y'all was doing, see? So that's why a lot of niggas I can't respect Garfield as a pioneer in what he was doing. Niggas didn't hear that conversation. I talked to Garfield and I said, yo, niggas don't understand that shit you talking about, yo. And I always go to different texts and when they came to being and was they this, and he know the text number. I was like, yeah, that's the shit. I love that shit, nigga. I say, I gotta read this in academic circles, yo. I say, yo, that nigga's a pioneer. What he doing? See what I'm saying? So another, whether niggas like him or not, yeah, he a pioneer what he did to stand out there and be wild like that and get everybody in that, yo. So I only fuck with the pioneers. See, niggas get mad at me. And Gozy, that nigga pioneer, that nigga, that's that dude right there, yo. On some real shit. So come on, man. I'm saying all this to say, if new people come in, sit down at the front of the class and take your time, yo. You ain't gotta go through what we all went through, yo. Y'all can really learn this, yo. And I ain't asking niggas to be atheists. I'm saying, yo, don't get tricked by a website, right? While claiming to fight for black people made by a wild white person on trickery, yo. Don't get tricked like that, yo, and disturb the peace in your community with that nonsense. Don't give them some real shit. That's my message for today, yo. I'm fucking with the pioneers.
Yeah,
Q Butter's up here too. He won.
Hold on, before Q jump in. Hey, Ngozi, are you there, bro? I know your phone don't work near your head, but you know what I'm saying? All right, cool. Hey, what up, Q?
I'm right here, bro. I'm right here. I'm up here cleaning my car. What's going on?
What's going on with you, man? What you been working on?
Yo.
Oh man, everything's good, bro. Alhamdulillah.
Y'all hear me? What's goody, baby?
Alhamdulillah.
All right, that's what's up. Hey, Ngozi, what you working on lately?
Oh man, I mean, I'm nothing, man. I'm finna put something together, man. I've been writing a little bit. I'm writing a little bit, but I haven't really been working on nothing, man. I just been listening in to a lot of stuff.
And go ahead and tell them niggas, yo. You can tell them, yo.
What, you working on a book? What are you working on?
You can tell them.
Islam for the black man. I hear you, Q.
Hey, Q, what are you working on, Q?
Yo.
What up? What are you working on?
Man, listen, bro. Man, I'm the official New York City scientific advocate for the Society of Science. So I'm hype about that. We're doing a 2-day science fair this year. We have almost 10 schools involved.
Where's it gonna be at? Cause you chipped out. Where you gonna be at?
Probably this time. 2-day, 2-floor science fair.
Oh, hold on, Q. Where you at? You in the house?
Yeah, my phone is bugging. Let me take it off the Wi-Fi.
Cause you talk, but you chipped out for like 5-10 seconds. Yeah, as I was saying about Truthstorian though, that Hanseatic League shit. You know, when I was writing my book, right? And I said, yo, I wanna find the Hanseatic League without the information that Truthstorian gave me. So what I did was I said I need to find it and find the sources, whatever, without what he gave to me. And I couldn't go around the shit. I had to go back to the shit. I said I want to find it without the information that he gave me. Ain't nobody have that information out in the community, bro. Ain't nobody talking about no Hanseatic League. I said that shit on the Clubhouse yesterday. Niggas like, what's that? Nobody knows about no Hanseatic League. Nobody hear that shit.
Shout out to Truth Historian. That man,
Ain't nobody
his
know about that
work,
shit.
his research, how he puts his presentations together, the information that he brings forth, the way he quantifies our reality today based on the historical narratives, that whole hip hop breakdown that he did. Shout out to Truth. Y'all want to learn, really learn? Go check out his videos. The man is good.
Yep.
You hear me now?
Yeah, you're good, bro. Go ahead.
Man, my shit's bugging.
We hear you, bro.
Oh, I'm about to say T-Mobile. Damn, son. Nah, yeah, what's good, y'all?
We good, man. We here. We chilling, man. We're chilling like a villain.
Oh yeah, son. Yeah, y'all all invited. December 14th, 15th, man. We got the science fair going down, man. I don't want to hear no excuses, man.
Oh, okay. I got you. Where's it gonna be at?
At Restoration Plaza. I'm also doing another science. I did the first science expo at Weeksville Heritage Center this year, and we're planning the next one for 2025.
Oh, okay. That's what's up.
Ah, yeah. What up, Q? Q's in the building.
What's up, Adrian? Anybody want to jump on the panel, man, before I get out of here, man? Usually I cut off at the 4-hour mark. So whoever else want to jump on. Get what y'all got going on.
So Rabon, what is the claim you laid down in that video? I mean, I'm gonna watch it, but what's the claim you laid down?
Go watch
I
the
jumped
video,
on
bro.
when I heard debate, and I heard you say something about the NOI being scientific.
Go watch the video, fam.
You
It's
know I'm gonna
all
go watch.
Black American history, fam. I'm
Oh,
just
no,
proving
there's
that
no
shit that y'all
argument
was.
with that.
Oh no. He was making this ain't for you. This is for He made the claims. He got to deal with it. I ain't got nothing to do with it.
What's the claim? What's the mood of this debate? What's the argument?
He said the NOI for the people.
This shit for African American people, bro. That's what he said.
He said what?
The NOI did not do nothing for the African American people. They only did it for the cult. That's what he said. They only did it for their members. They didn't do nothing for the Black American community. They only cared about. That's what he said. That was the thing. And a couple other things he said.
I agree with that.
That's fine. Now go watch the video, and if you agree with it, I challenge you to come step back up here to the plate.
All right.
That's all you got to do. Know what I'm saying? Y'all know better than that. Y'all know better. If I put some shit together, son, and I take my time with that shit, you know better. My shit fact up.
I mean, this is the same group of people that was handing out placebos to the people in the middle of the AIDS epidemic. Wait a minute. Wait, just a yes or no question. I'm just verifying if we're talking about the same people. It's the same NOI organization that was recently telling people not to get vaccinated. Is this the same NOI organization that is engaging in the Dianetics nonsense? Is that the same NOI we're talking about?
Okay, brother.
Or is it a different NOI?
I'm gonna tell you again. No, Elijah
Okay.
Muhammad never. Elijah Muhammad never. Can I finish? Since you talking, you better go watch the video and come back. So no,
I'm
he
done.
wasn't. Elijah Muhammad never dealt with Scientology. He never did none of that, son. The debate is, did they do things for people who were not part of the goddamn cult? I start the video out with Dr. Henry Clark, who tells you that the economic program that he has is directly from Marcus Garvey, and that is a continuation of that. And then I take you down the timeline to show you exactly every single thing they did, from health to businesses to hiring people who are not a part of said thing. When I come with this African American history, that's what I do. Same thing with the Hebrews. I could do that with them too. I did that and all that. Did it with the Moors. Forget the pseudo thing. Forget the Asiatic. Forget all of that. Let's look at what were they doing in the community. And when you start looking at that, you start getting a different perspective of it and why they did it. Why did they create the Asiatic black man? Why did they create the Hebrew Israelite? That's what y'all need to know. That was the conversation y'all been missing. You too stuck on doctrine, bro. So you're missing that part of the story.
So I'm gonna ask you a simple question again, because all that appeal to emotion that you're trying to do there doesn't work on somebody like
Those
me.
are historical facts. Prove what I said wrong.
This is the same group of people, right? The same organization. It's the NOI we're talking about that handed out placebos during the height of the AIDS epidemic. Is that the same organization we're talking about? Yes, no.
No.
The hell out of here, Rob.
I know, brother. You can talk. You can tell me what you want.
You're emotional.
Brother,
I'm
no,
done.
I know.
Done. If you can't answer that simple question, honestly, why would I debate you, bro? I'm dealing with an appeal to emotion. Every single argument you made just now was an appeal to emotion. So I understand how you argue. I must say, if you can't answer honestly and say yes, then you understand where the argument is going. That's it. That's okay, Robert. I understand. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Plausible denial.
Cedric, what I just said are facts. What I just said is facts dealing with the conversation. Farrakhan's NOI is not Elijah Muhammad's NOI. And the conversation I'm having with him, he was talking about Elijah Muhammad. You want to throw all that other stuff in there. That's fine. The question is, did they do things other than for the people who were a part of their group? And I show multiple.
The NOI?
Yo, brothers, could you stop, man? Yo,
when
brother,
you say they, you see, you're moving the goalposts.
I said Elijah Muhammad's NOI, bro.
Elijah Muhammad have a separate NOI than the NOI that exists today. It's not one organization.
Yes. He has different teachings. Farrakhan has completely different teachings than Elijah. What are you talking about, bro?
Rob and Cedric, hold on 1 second. Sister Mo, what's up, Sister Mo? Sister Mo, you up?
That's why the name of the video is "Those Who Don't Know Don't Say," and it's a book. It talks about laws being changed and everything else. Go look at the video and come back.
Hold on, guys. What's up, Mo?
Hey, peace to the panel. Hey, y'all. Hey, Q-Bud, I got some information for you. But Rob, do you is any of them organization dealt with anything in environmental justice to help the community? I need some info on that.
Are you asking about environmental?
I'm asking.
You said
No, Q. I said I got some information.
What's up with my phone?
Nah, it's not you. I think it's StreamYard. I don't think it's you because everybody that's talking is messing up.
Oh, I'm still, bro. I've been refreshing my phone like, man, nothing. Like, what the hell is going on?
She asked you about does your organization work with something with environmental issues in the community?
No, but if it's education, I can. If it's about educating the community in terms of environmental betterness, I can.
Yeah, Mo, come back in, Mo. Yeah, man. I'll be waiting for you, Cedric and Mr. Hawk, man. This would be a fun beat down.
No doubt, bro.
I'm interested to hear how you separate the two NOIs.
What does? Well, Nate, yo, bro, listen.
All we need to do is
Here's the point to the brother who
all
asked
I'm
that.
gonna do is illustrate the logical
point,
fallacies in the arguments I'm
I
hearing
don't know
right
what
here.
you're talking about. Yo, son, let's put some money on this thing, Cedric. And let's do it like that. That's how confident I am. Bro, everything I don't talk about shit that I don't know no more, bro. That happened 9 years ago. This Black American history, no disrespect, man, you don't know it. And you don't know what that organization did. So if you standing on what Ark says, that they didn't do shit for Black people other than the cult, stand on it and prove me wrong. What you talking about don't mean nothing. You can talk all you want. Deal with the slides and the facts of the shit that I'm showing you. You can't, because you don't know it. You caught up in religion. Oh, that's true though. Oh, Farrakhan is doing placebo. You got to deal with everything I said from the timeline from the 20s all the way to the 70s. You ain't fucking with that. We never had in America no economic plan post 1975 that's fucking with Elijah Muhammad shit. None. There is none. From food, from banks to building a hospital, going all the way down the line, son. From schools, independent, not just teaching this, you have nothing that is a comparison to that post 1975.
All right.
And I show it.
All right.
Point
Cool.
by point.
All right. Let me do this. It's 4 hours in. I'm about to jump off of here, man. But let me before I do that. So, do you guys want to do a debate, or what do you guys do? Just blab it at the mouth?
No, we can do it. We can do it. We can do it next weekend. That gives him time to review it. That gives him time to review it.
What did he just say? He said what?
Give y'all time to review it, man. He about to beat y'all up.
No,
man.
he said that Elijah Muhammad had the foremost economic. Okay, I'm done.
Prove it wrong.
I'm done, yo. Nah, I'm just done, yo.
Well, look at the history. Look at the history.
No, come on, man. Stop.
Yo, if I'm wrong, son, if I'm wrong, you gotta
now,
take
yo.
Arguments all built on the premise of an appeal to emotion, and the foundation of the argument is flawed within itself. If you're going to separate an organization and pretend that one aspect don't exist, then all based on
I don't like that, yo.
I don't like the foremost. All this talking don't do nothing for me, man. I want to hear debate.
That's what I'm.
Hold on, but check this out, yo. I don't think nobody on this panel is crazy enough to think that Elijah Muhammad had the foremost economic plan for black people and couldn't make that shit work for his goddamn self, yo. That don't even make no sense, yo.
Like what you said.
Doesn't make sense, Raw Boy. You gotta knock it off, Raw Boy. Raw Boy, you gotta knock that off, Raw. You can't do that, Raw Boy. You can't say that you got the foremost plan.
Let's do it like this. Hold on. Y'all can hear me?
No, that means you can't even follow your own direction, yo.
Y'all can hear me?
Rob Bourne, you heard my phone cut off. Did you hear what I said, Rob Bourne? This is not even
son, this shit is this screen y'all shit been acting stupid, bro.
So all I said was you made a state. You maybe it just was hyperbole. You said
no, it's not hyperbole.
Let me make my point. You said he had the foremost economic plan for black people. And then my response is, well, if that okay, but you should not stand on something that they themselves could not put into action, bro. That's all I'm saying, bro. That doesn't mean he didn't have a decent plan for what he was doing for this organization. There's two separate things, yo, in America, yo.
You haven't something to have is you said that they copied in practice showed that it ain't that they did it. And that's why I say post 1975. They did it, bro.
No, they didn't do it. You just keep saying it.
Okay, son. So now we have the debate. Hey yo, Garfield, let's put a 1 in the chat. If you ain't gotta go, why don't we just play this video right now, live? Why don't we do that right now? Since you ain't got nothing to do, let's play the goddamn video and let's see what happens, son. Because all I'm gonna do is pull the same slides up.
No, bro. Rob Bourne, you forgot the argument started with Garfield. You and Garfield got the argument first on that.
No, bro. My video 2 years is directed to the shit that you were saying, bro.
No, yo,
you
the
forgot
argument
about
started.
This shit?
Let me finish. I'm saying it started with you and Garfield, yo. And then I jumped in, yo. I'm saying, yo, no matter what video you play, it's not gonna work, yo. This shit wasn't for everybody, yo. It was a cult, yo.
Good. I'm glad you said that.
It was a cult.
I'm glad you're saying that.
It's a cult, dog. I will always fight you on that, yo, to the end, my nigga. It's a cult.
I'm not fighting you if it's a cult. You're making that up. You're making stuff up. You're doing the same thing Cedric did. The debate is.
Hold on, are you agreeing it was a cult?
I'm not it's a cult. And what's your fucking point?
Okay, so then I'm done. That's the end of the debate.
No, you're not done.
It
okay,
is.
Brother, listen to me. Listen to me, brother. I'm not arguing. This is not the debate. You saying that they only did. Yo, brother, that is not the debate. You said they only did stuff for the cult and not African American community.
Everybody know how. All right, yo.
Hey, yo, bro, you die on this shit. Yo, I got the video up, man.
Members of cult, bro, boy.
Yo, man, debunk my video and stop talking.
You already debunked it when you said it was a cult, bro, boy.
Time out.
You already debunked it.
Everybody stop. This is what we're gonna do, right? We ain't gonna talk about this no more. I'm gonna talk to both of y'all behind the scenes, and we figure out if there's gonna be a debate.
So Garfield, you mean to
Don't
tell
stop.
me, yo,
Hold
you
on,
don't know what a cult is now, yo?
The debate was more than if it's a cult or not.
But
it's more than that.
It's not more than that, Garfield.
It's more than that.
How?
Because that's what I'm saying. You need to watch that video.
That's like separating polite.
This is what happens when you don't. You better stay in your lane.
Polite from his wild ass cult. You can't do it.
Let me pull both of y'all down. Let me just explain to what's going on. You had said that the NOI ain't doing nothing progressive, and I'm paraphrasing as far as them being here outside of them being a cult. So he provided information showing the greatness of what they actually did economically speaking. So that's what Rawbon's video is. He's showing how they participated, I think, in the civil rights movement, how they did a lot of different things. That's what he was arguing. So you saying it's a cult. Nobody's denying the whole cultish shit. Nobody's denying that, Unc. That's what Rawbon is saying, and that you're saying. Y'all not saying.
No, man, you're not listening, yo. You like using that website. Oh, it's some good information on the website, but the overall website is to confuse you and fuck you up.
That's not the debate, though.
Listen what I'm trying to tell you, dog. I'm saying, do you know how cults work? That's why it was a successful cult. Because of the economic shit that y'all think was bad. They wasn't part of the motherfucking civil rights movement, yo. They wasn't fighting for civil rights.
Say that again. Say it again. Say it again.
They was not, my nigga.
Say it again. Hold on, Garfield. Let him hang himself. Let him hang himself.
Not.
Let him hang himself.
I'm
say
not
it again,
hanging myself.
Real loud.
Hey,
say
Garfield.
It loud again.
Hey, Garfield. Okay,
brother, say it louder.
Okay, hold on.
Say it loud with your
I'm gonna
chest,
say this,
brother.
and I'm gonna stand on that, bro.
Yeah, stand on it.
The cult was so effective, they had you thinking they was fucking with the civil rights when their whole mission statement is anti-civil rights. You tripping. Everything they say is anti-Martin Luther King and them, bro. Every single statement they make is anti that, yo. Come on, dude. They had a whole other thing. They want to be separate, yo. That's why they said everybody
heard this. Everybody heard this.
You can't make that, man. You make that up, yo. Man, listen, bro. You gonna tell me about some meat?
When you want to do this debate,
them niggas. Hold on. Hold on. Was there any marches, yo?
Yep.
Marches.
And you want to know what's so crazy?
Whoa. Hold on.
I gotta go right now. Seriously. Brother,
no, they was marching, yo. No, they was marching, yo.
Brother, listen to me. Yes, they was.
No, I asked a simple question. So you saying they was
listen to me.
Okay, so brother, now you changed
brother,
okay,
bro, listen to me for 1 second, because I gotta go. This shit you just said.
No, I'm not hearing that. I gotta go.
Yo, listen, brother. You just made a claim. Yo, brother, why you gotta do this, bro? We talking about information. Why you scared of me, son? Why you so scared?
Just to talk. Because you,
brother, I got a client at 2 o'clock. I'm in the gym, bro. What are you talking about? You want me to put the camera on, nigga, to see where I'm at?
Yeah,
let's do it.
I don't believe you.
This is where I'm at. What this look like? What this look like? Come on,
Kingdom Hall, nigga.
You crazy. But listen, yo.
You stupid.
The hell you want me to do?
But listen. I gotta go. But what I'm trying to tell you is this, brother. Check it out. The question you just asked and made the claim they never was a part of the civil rights movement. Guess what? Adam Clayton Powell is a part of the civil rights movement, and you're gonna see Malcolm X and Elijah working directly with them for a civil rights issue, a part of the civil rights movement.
Is that what
brother?
Doing,
you don't want
that
the
what
smoke.
We doing, yo?
You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, go get that. Yeah, go get that.
Stay in your lane. It's in the video. It's in the video.
Yep.
Okay, that's cool then. Okay, I'm glad that you admitted that.
I don't got a problem being wrong. Yep, I'm gonna make you.
That's
I'm
cool.
gonna make sure you
that's
read
cool.
that shit right. Yeah, go get that.
Yeah, it's in the video.
I don't mind being wrong.
It's in the video.
I can learn something.
It's in the video. It's in the video.
Yeah,
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna be the original pseudo killer, nigga. I'm the original pseudo killer. I'm gonna kill you today, nigga.
Why is everybody original pseudo killer now? I cannot believe
kill this God.
Well, I love y'all, man.
Can't kill this God.
I love y'all, man. Now everybody, Chief
I gotta go, man.
Pseudo killer. Y'all wild for that, yo. Get some original shit around. Get going. Come on, yo. Stop. Stop.
Yo, listen, but
yo. Everything they did was to help. Listen, everything they did.
Next week. You can do it next week. People want to see it.
All right, you gotta go. I thought
you
were going.
And we charging No, you doing 299 debates over here.
I don't do no 299 debates, nigga. You got me fucked up. 299 debate. That sound crazy. Definitely ain't doing that. Yeah, I'm gonna let you get your thing off and play like they was in the Nation of Islam. Where their whole mission is anti that. They was anti-vaccine. They was anti. Man, they ain't even let Martin Luther King come in their motherfucking shit. Martin Luther King never taught in the Nation of Islam shit, but they let them other crazy cult leaders, Jim Jones and them niggas was teaching though in the mosque. And make sense, yo. How is the most popular people in the civil rights movement not linking up? How's that even making sense?
All right. Hey, listen, man. I've had enough for y'all today.
Yeah, we had to bring
anybody
it
want to
back.
jump on the panel?
Back.
Anybody want to jump on the panel and get it in? I'm here.
Bring it back. Hey, Garfield.
What up, King? I'm here, my brother.
How does the cult run, yo? How do they get their money?
I'm not getting into that with you right now, sir. I decline from answering.
Was the books open? Was it a legal bit? Yeah, I'm saying, like, come on, man.
I decline from answering that.
Come on, man. We can go to their website, yo. They don't fuck with the government. They wasn't trying to, they wasn't trying to, they wasn't trying to be amalgamate with white people, yo. So the very nature of what the civil rights movement was, yo, was against their whole mission statement, yo. So just because they're on the outskirts grabbing something that they could have benefited from to further their cult, don't mean they was actually with that, yo. They wasn't with that, yo. I can't believe we sitting here acting like that the thing we respect them the most about, the thing we respect the most, that they wanted to be separate from white people, yo. That's what we grown to love and respect about, that they want their own shit. Thus, they call themselves the Nation of Islam. The thing we respect them the most is the very thing that make them anti-civil rights, yo. They ain't want the white people to give them nothing. They like, we can get our own shit with our own nation and our own thing. Stop it, yo. Like, I cannot believe this, yo. I can't believe it, yo. Yeah, you can pull up a website and it'll say, yeah, Nation of Islam was the civil rights movement. And then you look at all the shit they say they ain't fucking with none of that. So, all right, yo, maybe I'm confused. Maybe I read that wrong, yo. But I'm definitely up for the challenge. So let me look at this video.
All right, cool. Hey, Cedric, peace and love to you, man. I got to get out of here. I'm going to jump on Clubhouse for a little bit. Then I'm going to work on some stuff here. But peace and love to y'all, man. Next week, we're going to probably get into the Rastafarian. Is Rastafarianism a lie? We're going to get into that. Wow. We're going to get into the Ethiopian Jewish stuff, which I think is just one big sham, but that's just my opinion. Let's see what the evidence says.
Peace. Of course, that Rasta conversation is one I love to have. That's a walking contradiction if you ever saw one.
Yep. They say it's their book, bro. It's their book.
You know, you can't build your arguments on an appeal to emotion if I make a particular standpoint. If I disqualify the NOI based on what the destruction that they brought to the community and my anti-cult stand, you cannot go with your appeal to emotion. But yeah, they did this. Yeah, they did that. It is a flawed premise. There's nothing there to debate. At the end of the day, these type of institutions do more damage to our people than good. Simple as. I don't need to be emotional about it.
Niggas got a 3-year economic plan for like 50 years. That shit's crazy.
Selling beans on the side of the road. Man, stop. Look.
Oh, what, yo? What you say, Golfin?
Nope, I'm not saying nothing. I'm
Golfin, you played too much golf because you was arguing with Raw Born on that first show. And he pulled up the crazy bank and all that, and it wasn't even, he tried to, and all the businesses was in his damn name, yo. Why are we doing this, yo?
Listen,
and then they would take people businesses that was in the nation, yo, and act like it was part of the nation. How about all that, yo? Do y'all really want me to debate that?
Debate it, man.
Do you really want me to do that, yo? Come on, dog. Let that shit die, yo.
Garfield, these people were handing out placebos to people in the height of the AIDS epidemic, fooling them that this was a cure. You know the destruction that caused. There's nothing you're gonna tell me to outweigh that again, especially the destruction it caused in the Black community. How? There is no argument. There's nothing you could tell me. You want to go back 500 years and to find a particular leader. What? No, I'm talking about the organization. Get away from that. You ain't gonna isolate the conversation to a particular time frame that's not relevant to the overall picture. Who are you arguing with? Not with me. I will never appeal to a faulty premise, and the logical parameter of your argument is purely based on emotion. Yeah, look, but this, it's a whataboutism argument. Yeah, but what about this? What about that? No, there's nothing there to debate. There's an argument built on an appeal to emotion, right? Because you hold these things there to your heart based on your embracing of this quote unquote real Black history, or you put that all into one bag and you find excuses to justify their existence. I don't need to do that. Anyways,
shout out to Elder Yara in the building, man. Peace and love. I ain't watched the whole thing, man, with Jabari, but yeah, Jabari need a standard to have a conversation about Jesus and his historicity. Gotta be some sort of standards. Is that we gonna pretend, or we just gonna? I mean, like, I would love to know how you decide if somebody in the first century exists or not. What standard is he using? How does he draw a conclusion? Let shit just slide just like that. We gotta have some sort of methodology that he's using. This evidence don't exist, so that means he don't exist. That shit is dumb. That shit is crazy.
Use I am Hotep, yo.
Is that Manetho? Ain't nobody know if Manetho exists or not.
Huh?
Manetho, ain't nobody know if Manetho exists or not. Right. We know, we believe he exists.
No, seriously, Garfield, you got more evidence for I am Hotep. You got more evidence for Jesus Christ than I am Hotep, yo. That's what I don't understand, yo. Y'all can look it up, yo. Yeah, you got ChatGPT now, yo. Maybe you can't just make shit up no more, yo. You can't do all that, yo. Yeah, yo, you can't. You really can't.
You know what? Watch the video with Rob on. I'm gonna rewatch it and see if we can come up with a debate. Just get the debate going and do what we do. That's all.
Yeah.
It should be easy work either way. All right.
Wait, all right,
man. I'm out of here. Peace and love to y'all, man. Fopi, ain't nobody scared to debate. Not Naphtali, man. Get out of here with that, man.
Debate who?
Debate Naphtali.
I don't know how he ain't the one person on his platform. I don't know how you do that. He's brother me.
Beat the break. Hey, ain't the 80 blind cripple of crazy? Women, the children, and the ladies.
You know what is unfair. I can engage in a fight with anybody, but if I'm beating somebody up with two hands tied behind my back and my feet crossed over it, then it's no fun anymore. now debating on what? This lady thinks that dragons actually existed. I'm done.
You know what I would have said? I'd have said, when can we go see it? That's what I would have
She gonna take us to watch the show. What you call it? Lord of the which one? That one on the Dragon Show on HBO.
Hey, I hate to bring you up now, Yara, when I'm about to end the show, man, because I know you're gonna bring up something. I'm gonna have us talking for hours and shit.
It's all good, man. I just wanted to say,
why you set me up?
Peace and blessings to y'all, family. Hey, RA, man, we already knew what it was, man. It's academic, man. If you go with the Garfield theory, man, on the consensus of scholars, and build it off of that, I don't know why you could say source up and shut up and then denounce every piece of academia that suggests otherwise is contrary to your argument, for the simple fact of just trying to prove your argument. But at the end of the day, man, man, I appreciate your show today. It was a good show. I came on here to really talk about what just real quick.
And why shit?
Yeah, no, Unc West and Rob Bourne. Hey, Unc West, if I was you, man, I would just apologize to brother Rob Bourne.
Yo, you know what? I ain't gonna even say another word, man. Hey, shout out to you, man. You try to let me stay on you for another 2 hours. That ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work. You're not gonna trick us.
I would just apologize.
You can't let him get that off though, yo.
Hey,
Go
listen.
ahead.
Listen. I grew up in Chicago. I lived maybe.
But I want to respond to your statement, though.
Yeah, 10 minutes walking.
No, I said I want to respond to your statement. I didn't want to hear you keep making the statement. You made
from the Mars Miriam. Yeah, from the Mars Miriam.
No.
You can see the actual photographs.
No. You made a statement.
What statement was that?
Respond to your statement.
Okay,
about I should apologize to Rob Bourne.
Oh, okay.
Right. So
yeah.
I want to ask you. I want to ask you a question. Let me see if you can answer this question, yo. Did the NOI reject integration? Yes or no?
Yes, they did.
Was the civil rights based around integration? Yes or no?
Not the entire argument. There's some that did
believe, brother.
There were some that did believe in segregation.
No. I'm saying that the bills that was passed allowed us to integrate into schools and go to restaurants and all that. That's an easy end. Okay.
Yes.
So the basic foundation of civil rights is allowing us not to have our own shit per se, but to actually take advantage of the shit that's there already. Fair treatment in all these areas, yo. That is the fundamental basis of what the civil rights movement is, yo. Everything about the Nation of Islam is anti that, bro. It's a cult, bro. They tricked everybody.
Okay, well, actually, maybe I mean, if you want to determine them as a cult, that's fine.
No,
but if you're talking about what they did, hold on. But if you no, not necessarily so. But if you talk about what they actually did in the community, right? It's a matter. It's not an argument. It's a matter of fact that they were at the civil rights movement in the marches.
I agree.
They were on. They were on some of the committees, right? They helped feed people. They helped bus people there. I know this for a fact. Right, so I don't know why. And then when he talks about the plan, it was a known thing. That actually they taught this. I had a teacher, 5th grade teacher, who taught this in the 80s in school. We talked about the Nation of Islam, the savings plan, and their economic 3-year economic plan, where we were to only buy what you needed, no more, no less, and how we were to build their own fund. They tried to open up a banking system, not that only people of the Nation of Islam could participate in, but they tried to open up a community bank where all people in the community, black, white, regardless of your religious affiliation, that you can participate in to help build the community and keep money in the community. That is a fact. Look at Seaway National Bank. They tried to buy that back in the 80s. Look at the Nation of Islam and Farrakhan when he filed a complaint at the UN for reparations. Even though that case was denied in part, basically I would say in whole, not in part, but in whole. If you read what they were trying to do, he wasn't trying to keep that money for himself. He had that money going to inner city schools, public schools, as well as funding the school that he has that they have today. So yeah. I mean, I know that. I've been involved in programs.
So I would like to. Okay, hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute.
Yeah.
Hold on for a minute. So, I just want to let you know, you can talk about Malachi York the same way. Maybe not on the same level, but a cult has benefits. That's why when they're a good cult, the community actually can benefit off of some of the things. I am telling you this.
But what is a cult? Define a cult.
Hold on, wait a minute, bro. You cut me off. I was quiet.
No, I'm just saying define a cult. I'm just trying to follow.
You know what a cult is? Malachi York, polite them, they call cults.
That doesn't. That's not. No, there's the actual working definition of a cult.
Oh man, so you just want to cut me off though, yo?
No, I'm just saying there's a working definition.
You cut me off though.
No, but I asked you to define it so I can follow you.
You cannot ask me a question in the middle of me having a conversation.
No, we're having a discussion. You can't have a conversation by yourself. So I'm saying, if you're saying they're a cult, I'm asking you to define that for me so that I can
Jim
follow
Jones, occult, weird religious practices.
you.
At the end, charismatic leader. Let me get technical with you. Charismatic leader. I want to get technical. You're gonna do me like that, okay? Okay. All right. Charismatic leader centered around one person in charge, one person word go. Okay. Weird religious practices. Deviating away from adding on to already established religions and deviating away from it, like the spaceship, like the no vaccinations, all of that stuff. All that stuff helped form the powerful cult that was the Nation of Islam. Misinformation, one person leadership, yo. That's it. And you can't question the leader. You're not going to stand up in the Nation of Islam meeting and question that. So a cult is safely fixed in a charismatic leadership based off of deviant behaviors by the leader and deviant behaviors in religion and mischaracterizing other religions that they're taking it from. So does the Nation of Islam fit that?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm X talked about Elijah Muhammad and the women that he had and the young girls that he had. Is that not deviant?
That has nothing
Was
to
he
do
wrong?
with that. That's
part
not
of
the
it.
hold on, stop.
No, I'm not
No,
holding, bro.
stop.
You
That's not the
define
definition of a cult. No, you defined it the way
listen,
you
but you
chose it.
asked me
A
a
cult is
question,
defined
so I
a
answered
certain
the
way.
question,
It's
bro.
not based on what you
So
think.
let me ask you this, bro. So then why do it? Why
It's
are we
not
even
based on
having a
what you think.
conversation, though?
Because
So
it's
you
not
don't
based
want to
on what
have the
you think.
conversation then?
You can't have a conversation
No,
and
but
then
you don't want to have a no.
Yes, I am. I just asked you to define it, but
No, I defined it for you. I
and
said based off
you
charismatic
defined
leadership
it,
and only one in charge.
but
And then
that's not a
you
cult.
railroaded the whole conversation to what you wanted to talk
It's
about.
not the
Because I
United
didn't
States.
want to talk
Does
about
not the
the
United
damn
States.
definition of a cult, bro.
Does not the president of the United States
bro,
hold the title of chief?
man, come on,
Hold on,
Hey,
commander in
Garfield, man,
chief.
get this nigga away from me, yo, before I
So
explode, yo.
this is
You
what I'm
cannot do this,
saying. Like,
Garfield, though.
you cannot have honest
This man do
conversation.
not want to have a conversation, yo.
Time out.
No,
Yeah,
it's
I
not a
just
fucking
asked you.
timeout,
I just
Garfield. Yo, this
asked
nigga
Hold on a
cut
second.
me off. It's not a hold on. Because you let this nigga just keep going, bro. I was trying to have a normal conversation. Look, hold on, no, don't unk me, dog. Let me say this, bro. I shut the hell up and let this man talk. I let him get his point across completely. I didn't cut in. And then when I started to have my conversation, he gonna interrupt me rudely and ask me for a damn definition. And then when I give him the definition, then he wants to argue about the definition, officially take me away from the point I was trying to make in the first place. I don't appreciate that, Garfield. I'm not stupid, dude. Come on, bro. It's called a conversation. Let each other flow. It's a great conversation between me and you. But your tactics is very, very religious at this point, bro. Dang.
All right. I'm going to end the show and talk to y'all tomorrow. All right. I'm out of here.
Peace, Garfield. Appreciate you, man. Good to hear from you, brother.
Man. All right.
Peace to you, Aunt. Peace to you, man.
Nah, that's
Peace
bullshit.
to you,
Because we ain't want to
Peace
have
to
it.
you,
We
Cedric.
could have had an excellent conversation.